Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The morning sun rose harsh and unforgiving over the Blackwater Plains, no different than it had for 43 days prior. Thomas Morgan counted each one, marking them with shallow cuts on the wooden post by the barn door. Another day without rain. Another day of watching the land he loved slowly wither beneath an indifferent sky. Thomas stood on the porch of the modest ranch house, coffee cup warming his calloused hands as he surveyed what remained of his father's dream. The Morgan homestead sat at the edge of New Austin's unforgiving desert, a place where men of lesser conviction had tried and failed to coax life from the stubborn earth. His father, William Morgan, had been different. Through sheer will and back-breaking labor, he'd transformed this patch of hostile territory into something that could sustain a family. A legacy meant to endure long after he was gone. Now that legacy teetered on the edge of ruin, threatened not by outlaws or land barons, but by the simple absence of water. "Another scorcher," came a voice from behind him. Thomas turned to see his younger brother Samuel leaning against the doorframe. At 16, Sam already showed the weathered features of someone who understood hardship. His face had thinned over the weeks as meals grew smaller, but his eyes retained their brightness, their hope. "Sun's barely up and I can already feel it," Thomas acknowledged, taking a final sip of coffee he'd been rationing carefully, making each precious bean count. "Reckon it'll hit 100 before noon." Sam stepped onto the porch, squinting toward the eastern horizon where heat waves already distorted the distant mountains. "Wells at the north pasture have got maybe another week in them. After that..." Thomas nodded, the unspoken conclusion hanging between them. After that, they'd lose the last of their cattle. After that, everything their father had built would crumble into dust, returning to the desert from which it had been so painstakingly carved. "We're not there yet," Thomas said with quiet determination, setting his empty cup on the porch rail. "Got some ideas about the old Apache Spring in the foothills. Pa always said it never ran dry, even in the worst years." "That's 15 miles, Tom," Sam protested. "Even if you find water, how would we haul enough back here?" Thomas straightened, adjusting the worn hat that had once belonged to their father. "One problem at a time, little brother. First we find the water, then we figure out how to move it." The conversation paused as their sister Emma emerged from the house with a small plate of corn biscuits. At 12 years old, she'd taken on their mother's role after her passing 2 winters ago, managing the household with quiet efficiency that belied her youth. "Breakfast," she announced simply, offering the plate first to Thomas. "It's not much." Thomas took a single biscuit, deliberately breaking it in half and returning one portion to the plate. "Save some for later. We'll need our strength." He glanced toward Sam, who followed his example, though Thomas noted how his brother's eyes lingered on the food. They were all hungry these days. As they ate in silence, Thomas's gaze drifted to the cattle pasture where their remaining herd, once 200 strong, now barely 40 head, gathered listlessly around the last functioning water trough. Beyond them, the corn and wheat fields that should have been verdant with summer growth instead displayed stunted, yellowing plants fighting for survival. Without rain soon, the harvest would be meager at best, non-existent at worst. "I'll head out to the foothills today," Thomas announced, brushing crumbs from his shirt. "See about that spring. Sam, you check the north well again, see if we can coax a bit more from it, and keep an eye on that sky." He gestured toward distant clouds that had appeared and disappeared with cruel regularity, never delivering the promised relief. "What about me?" Emma asked, straightening with determination. "Need you to mind the house," Thomas replied gently, "and maybe check on Mrs. Adler at the neighboring homestead. She's been alone since her husband went to Armadillo for supplies." Emma nodded, though her expression suggested she'd rather be doing something more directly useful. Thomas understood her frustration. Standing still while crisis loomed felt like surrender, but someone needed to maintain what little normalcy remained in their lives. Thomas finished his meager breakfast and headed to the barn, where his horse Domino greeted him with a soft nickering. The black and white Pinto had been his father's favorite, a reliable mount with the endurance needed for long journeys across unforgiving terrain. "We've got work to do, boy," Thomas murmured, running a hand along the horse's neck. Domino's coat had lost some of its shine in recent weeks as grazing grew scarce, but his spirit remained undiminished. Thomas saddled him methodically, checking each strap with practiced care before securing his canteen, rope, and the old mining tools his father had kept from his prospecting days. As he worked, Thomas's mind drifted to the promise he'd made 6 months earlier, kneeling beside his father's bed as the older man's life ebbed away after a sudden and vicious bout of pneumonia. William Morgan had gripped his son's hand with surprising strength, his weathered face marked by lines of both pain and determination. "This land is Morgan land," his father had whispered, voice raspy with effort. "Took it from the desert inch by inch, paid for it with sweat and blood." His eyes had locked onto Thomas's with fierce intensity. "Promise me you'll keep it alive, for your mother, for the little ones. Promise me this won't die with me." Thomas had given his word without hesitation, unable to imagine a future where he failed to maintain what his parents had sacrificed so much to build. Now, with each passing rainless day, that promise grew heavier, a weight he carried alone despite Sam and Emma's efforts to share the burden. The sun was climbing higher as Thomas rode out, Domino's hooves kicking up small clouds of dust from the parched earth. He headed east toward the foothills that marked the boundary between their grazing land and the more rugged territory beyond. His father had spoken occasionally of an Apache spring hidden among those rocky slopes, a reliable water source even in the driest years. But William Morgan had been a man of few words, especially regarding the land's secrets, leaving Thomas with only vague directions and the desperate hope that the spring still existed. Behind him, the ranch grew smaller against the vast landscape, a collection of modest buildings standing defiant against the encroaching desert. Thomas refused to look back, focusing instead on the path ahead and the mission that could mean survival or ruin for everything and everyone he loved. The foothills rose gradually from the plains, their slopes dotted with scraggly mesquite and creosote bushes that somehow survived where more delicate plants perished. Thomas guided Domino up a natural path between two rock formations, eyes scanning for any sign of water, greener vegetation, darker soil, the subtle indicators his father had taught him to recognize in this unforgiving land. By midday, the heat had become oppressive, the sun a merciless presence beating down on man and horse alike. Thomas paused in the shadow of a large boulder, allowing Domino to rest while he took a careful sip from his canteen. The water tasted warm and slightly metallic, but he savored it nonetheless, aware that every drop was precious. "Just a little further, boy," he encouraged the horse, patting his sweat-dampened neck. Pa said the spring would be near the old lightning-struck oak. That landmark, at least, proved easier to find than Thomas had expected. The massive oak stood like a sentinel on a rocky shelf midway up the hillside, its trunk split and blackened by some long-ago storm, yet stubbornly alive. Half its branches remained green with leaves, a promising sign in this desiccated landscape. Thomas secured Domino to a sturdy branch and proceeded on foot, climbing carefully over the rocky terrain. According to his father's sparse descriptions, the spring emerged from a narrow crevice beneath an overhanging rock, easily missed if you didn't know exactly where to look. The Apache had deliberately kept it hidden from settlers, a secret source of life in a land that offered few such gifts. Hours passed as Thomas searched methodically, checking every crevice and depression among the rocks, finding nothing but sun-baked stone and occasional lizards darting into shadows. Frustration mounted with each failed inspection, but he pressed on, extending his search in widening circles around the oak. The sun had passed its zenith and begun its westward descent when Thomas, exhausted and increasingly desperate, sat heavily on a flat stone to rest. Sweat soaked his shirt despite the dry air that seemed to pull moisture from his very skin. He allowed himself another small sip of water, rationing carefully though his body cried out for more. "Where are you?" he muttered, scanning the hillside with growing despair. Had the spring dried up after all these years? Had his father's memory been clouded by time, the location lost forever? As he prepared to resume his search, a movement caught his eye, a small jackrabbit emerging cautiously from behind a cluster of rocks about 50 yards away. Thomas froze, watching as the creature hopped tentatively toward a section of hillside that appeared no different than any other. But rabbits needed water, same as any living thing. Their presence often indicated moisture nearby. With renewed hope, Thomas moved slowly toward the spot, careful not to startle the wildlife that might lead him to his goal. The rabbit disappeared as he approached, but Thomas continued, examining the area with painstaking attention. A formation of rocks created a small overhang, beneath which grew a patch of greener vegetation. Not much, but notably healthier than plants elsewhere on the hillside. Thomas knelt, pushing aside the brush to reveal a narrow opening between the rocks, barely wide enough for a man's shoulders. Cool air drifted from the darkness beyond, carrying the unmistakable scent of water. His heart quickened as he retrieved a small lantern from his pack, lighting it with hands that trembled slightly with anticipation. The crevice widened slightly as Thomas eased himself inside, holding the lantern before him to illuminate a natural tunnel that descended into the hillside. The temperature dropped noticeably as he progressed, a blessed relief from the punishing heat outside. After about 20 feet, the passage opened into a small chamber, and Thomas's lantern revealed the glint of water, a clear pool perhaps 6 feet across, fed by a slow but steady trickle emerging from the rock wall. "Thank you, Pa," Thomas whispered, emotion tightening his throat as he knelt beside the pool. He dipped his fingers into the water, finding it cool and sweet. Testing carefully, he took a small sip directly from the source, letting it roll across his tongue, pure and clean, untainted by minerals that made some desert springs undrinkable. The Apache spring existed, just as his father had claimed, but a new challenge immediately presented itself: how to transport enough water to sustain their ranch 15 miles away. Thomas sat back on his heels, mind racing through possibilities as he filled his canteen to replace what he'd consumed during the search. One thing was certain, finding this water source was only the first step in a much longer journey to save their home. But for the first time in weeks, Thomas allowed himself to feel something close to hope. The ride back to the ranch seemed longer, Domino moving steadily but without his usual vigor as evening approached. Thomas's mind worked ceaselessly, calculating distances, volumes, methods of transport. The spring produced a modest but reliable flow, perhaps enough to keep their essential livestock alive if they could establish a regular hauling operation, but moving water across 15 miles of drought-stricken terrain presented logistical challenges that bordered on insurmountable for their limited resources. Dusk was settling over the land when the ranch buildings came into view, silhouetted against the darkening sky. Thomas noted with concern that the north pasture appeared empty. Had Sam moved the cattle? As he approached, he spotted his brother emerging from the barn, shoulders slumped with obvious exhaustion. "Any luck?" Sam called as Thomas dismounted, leading Domino toward the water trough that they reserved for working animals. "Found it," Thomas confirmed, allowing a small smile despite his weariness. "Spring's still flowing just like Pa said. Water's clean, too." Sam's face brightened momentarily before practicality reasserted itself. "That's something at least. But the north well's done, Tom. Went dry this afternoon. Had to move the remaining cattle to the south pasture, but that well's barely producing enough for them as it is." Thomas nodded grimly, unsurprised yet still disheartened by the news. "We'll need to start hauling from the spring right away. Problem is, getting enough water back here to make a difference. Mr. Jacobs might lend us his wagon and barrels," Sam suggested, referring to the owner of the general store in nearby Thieves' Landing. "He's always had a soft spot for the family since Pa helped him during that robbery last year." "Worth asking," Thomas agreed, though he knew that even with barrels, each trip would bring back only a fraction of what they needed. "But we'd need to make multiple trips daily just to keep up with what we're losing, and Thieves' Landing is in the opposite direction. Adds miles to the journey." Their conversation was interrupted by Emma's appearance, her expression uncharacteristically animated. "Thomas, Sam, come quick. Mrs. Adler's back from checking the south property line. Says she's found something we need to see." Curiosity pushed aside fatigue as Thomas and Sam followed their sister to the front yard, where Charlotte Adler sat atop her dun mare. The middle-aged woman had been their neighbor for nearly a decade, her small homestead adjoining the Morgan property to the west. Recently widowed when her husband Jake succumbed to a chest ailment similar to what took their father, she'd somehow maintained her land alone through sheer determination. "Evening, Thomas," she greeted, nodding respectfully. Though nearly twice his age, she'd come to treat him as an equal since he assumed responsibility for the Morgan Ranch. "Found something interesting along Coyote Creek that might help us both." Thomas approached, offering a hand to help her dismount out of ingrained courtesy, though Mrs. Adler was more than capable of handling herself. "Creek's been dry for weeks," he noted with confusion. "The visible part, yes," she agreed, retrieving a small canvas bag from her saddlebag. "But Jake always said water finds its way, especially in these parts." She opened the bag, revealing a handful of moist clay soil. "Found this about 8 feet down in the creek bed. Dug on a hunch after noticing some of the deeper-rooted brush still showing green." Hope flared in Thomas's chest. Coyote Creek ran between their properties, merely 3 miles from the ranch house, much closer than the Apache Spring. "You think there's a water table we can reach?" "Worth investigating," Charlotte confirmed. "Jake was a mining man before we settled here. Said this whole area sits on an underground limestone system. Water sometimes travels beneath dry creek beds, protected from evaporation. Sam leaned closer, examining the damp soil with renewed energy. If we could dig a proper well there. Exactly, Charlotte nodded. Between your strong backs and some of Jake's old mining equipment, we might tap into something substantial, enough for both our properties with luck. Thomas's mind raced with possibilities. A well at Coyote Creek would serve both ranches at a distance manageable enough for daily water transport. Combined with what they could haul from the Apache Spring, it might be enough to sustain them until the rains finally returned. We'll start at first light, he decided. Straightforward determination replacing the day's fatigue. Sam, gather the digging tools. Mrs. Adler, if you could show us exactly where you found this, we'll need to assess how deep we might need to go. And I can help too, Emma insisted, her young face set with determination that matched her brother's. Thomas started to object out of protective instinct, then reconsidered. They needed every pair of hands, and Emma had proven herself capable beyond her years since their mother's passing. You'll keep everyone fed and watered, he agreed with a nod. Can't dig on empty stomachs. As night fell over the drought-stricken land, the Morgan household buzzed with cautious optimism for the first time in weeks. Around the kitchen table, Thomas spread out their father's old survey map of the property, while Charlotte Adler marked the location of her discovery. They plotted work schedules, tool requirements, and transportation logistics with focused energy. Even if we find water, Sam noted pragmatically, digging a proper well takes time. Days, maybe weeks, depending on the ground. And our cattle can't wait weeks, Thomas acknowledged. I'll still need to make runs to the Apache Spring while you and Mrs. Adler work on the creek bed. Between the two sources, we might just keep everything alive until the weather turns. Charlotte studied the young man across the table. Barely 22, but carrying responsibilities that would break most men twice his age. Your father would be proud, Thomas, she said quietly. Not just of what you're doing, but how you're doing it. William never did know the meaning of surrender. The simple words touched something deep in Thomas's chest, a mixture of grief and pride that he seldom allowed himself to acknowledge. Just trying to keep a promise, he replied, voice rougher than intended. Later, as the household settled for the night, Thomas stepped onto the porch for a final assessment of the evening. Stars blazed across the cloudless sky with painful beauty, their brilliance unmarred by the moisture that would signal relief for the parched land below. In the distance, a coyote called plaintively, the sound carrying clearly through the still air. He leaned against the porch rail, allowing himself a moment of vulnerability now that no one could see. Finding the Apache Spring and Charlotte's discovery of potential groundwater at Coyote Creek represented hope, but hope was a fragile thing in these lands. The work ahead would test the limits of their endurance, with no guarantee of success. Still here, Pa, he murmured to the star-filled sky, still fighting for what's ours. The night offered no response beyond the gentle creaking of the windmill that stood useless in the breathless air. But, as Thomas finally turned toward his bed, and the few hours of rest before dawn would bring renewed labor, he carried with him a sense of purpose stronger than the doubt that had shadowed him for weeks. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, for tonight the promise remained unbroken. Dawn arrived with the same merciless heat that had defined the summer, the sun rising as an orange fireball over the eastern horizon. Thomas was already awake, preparing Domino for the journey to the Apache Spring, while Sam loaded tools onto their small wagon for the expedition to Coyote Creek. Take the last of the jerky, Emma instructed, pressing a small cloth-wrapped package into Thomas's hands as he secured his canteens to the saddle. And don't argue about it being too much. You can't haul water on an empty stomach. Thomas accepted the food with a grateful nod, touched by his sister's concern. "I'll be back before sundown with the first water run. If things look promising at the creek, we'll focus our efforts there after today." Charlotte Adler arrived as they finalized preparations, bringing additional tools and a small cart that could be hitched to her mare. "Jake's old mining pump," she explained, patting the dusty equipment. "Hand-operated, but it'll draw water up once we hit the table. Saved our first crops when we were establishing the homestead." The group split, with Thomas heading east toward the foothills while Sam, Emma, and Charlotte traveled the shorter distance to Coyote Creek. Before departing, Thomas pulled his brother aside for a final word. "If you hit water, don't get overeager," he cautioned. "Shore up the walls properly as you go deeper. Pa always said a rushed well is a dead man's grave." Sam nodded seriously, understanding the risks inherent in their desperate effort. "We'll be careful. You too. That canyon gets treacherous in the afternoon heat." The brothers clasped hands briefly, a silent communication of mutual concern and shared purpose, before mounting their respective animals and heading in opposite directions across the drought-stricken landscape. Thomas's journey to the Apache Spring proceeded more efficiently now that he knew the route, though Domino struggled more noticeably on the uphill sections, his strength diminished by weeks of reduced feed. Upon reaching the lightning-struck oak, Thomas worked quickly to implement the plan he'd developed overnight. From his saddlebags, he retrieved several tightly folded canvas water bags, normally used for emergencies when crossing desert stretches, but now repurposed for water transport. Each could hold several gallons and, when properly secured, would allow Domino to carry significantly more water than the small wooden barrels Thomas had initially considered. Inside the hidden cave, Thomas arranged the bags for filling, positioning them beneath the steady trickle from the rock wall. While they slowly filled, he explored the cave more thoroughly, confirming his initial impression that the spring's flow remained consistent despite the drought. This water source had sustained the indigenous people of these lands through countless dry seasons, a secret gift from the earth that now might save his family's legacy as well. Hours passed as Thomas shuttled between the cave and Domino, each water bag requiring careful handling to minimize spillage. By midday, he had secured 8 bags to various points on Domino's saddle and pack frame, distributing the weight as evenly as possible to avoid overburdening the horse. The load was substantial but manageable, enough water to replenish their home supply and provide immediate relief to their thirstiest animals. The return journey proved arduous, with Thomas walking alongside Domino for much of the way to spare the horse unnecessary strain. The afternoon heat bore down relentlessly, and Thomas found himself counting steps rather than miles, focusing on the simple rhythm of movement to distract from his growing exhaustion and thirst. He rationed his personal water supply strictly, knowing that every drop transported back to the ranch served the greater purpose of their survival. It was late afternoon when Thomas crested the final ridge overlooking their property, the familiar buildings shimmering in the heat haze. From this distance, he could see activity at Coyote Creek, where the small figures of Sam, Emma, and Charlotte worked steadily at what appeared to be a sizable excavation already. The sight provided renewed energy for the final stretch of his journey. Upon reaching the ranch, Thomas directed his precious cargo first to the house system, a concrete tank built by his father that collected rainwater from the roof gutters during normal times. Now bone dry, it represented their primary household water storage, essential for cooking, drinking, and minimal washing. After filling the system with half his transported water, Thomas led Domino to the south pasture, where the remaining cattle gathered listlessly around the nearly empty trough. The animals sensed water immediately, moving with more animation than they'd shown in weeks, as Thomas carefully emptied the remaining canvas bags into the trough. Their eager drinking brought a mixture of satisfaction and concern. Satisfaction at providing temporary relief, concern at how quickly they consumed what had taken an entire day to transport. Thomas was securing Domino in the barn, removing the empty water bags and rubbing down the exhausted horse, when Sam's excited voice called from outside. "Tom, Tom, come quick!" Emerging into the evening light, Thomas found his brother practically running toward the barn, clothes caked with clay soil but face alight with triumph. "We hit it," Sam announced breathlessly. "About 12 feet down, just like Mrs. Adler thought. Water's seeping in steadily. Good clean water." Relief washed through Thomas with almost physical force, momentarily weakening his knees. "How much? Is it a steady flow?" "Fills about an inch every 15 minutes in the test hole we dug," Sam reported, his usual pragmatism colored by genuine excitement. "Mrs. Adler thinks we've hit the edge of an underground stream. If we widen the shaft and go a bit deeper, we could get a substantial flow." The news represented their first real victory against the drought's relentless assault. Thomas clasped his brother's shoulder, allowing himself a genuine smile. "Good work, Sam. Knew you'd find it." "Emma helped spot the right location," Sam acknowledged generously. "And Mrs. Adler knew exactly what signs to look for in the soil layers. We're going to rig up her pump tomorrow, see if we can start filling barrels." As they walked toward the house, Sam briefed Thomas on their progress, explaining how they dug a test shaft first, then begun work on a wider well once water signs appeared. Charlotte had shared knowledge from her late husband about proper shoring techniques, using timber from an old corral section to reinforce the walls against collapse. Inside, they found Emma preparing a modest supper, her small face showing the same mixture of exhaustion and triumph that marked Sam's. The day's labor had left all of them drained but invigorated by tangible progress in their fight against nature's withholding. "Mrs. Adler says we should have a working well by the end of the week," Emma reported as they washed up for the meal. "She's gone home to feed her animals, but she'll be back at first light tomorrow." That night, gathered around the kitchen table, the Morgan siblings allowed themselves to acknowledge small victories while planning next steps. The Apache Spring would continue providing emergency water while they developed the Coyote Creek well. Once fully operational, the closer water source would significantly reduce the labor required for daily operations. "Still need rain eventually," Thomas noted pragmatically as they discussed future possibilities. "Well water will keep us alive, but won't restore the grazing land or save the crops without help from the sky." Sam nodded in agreement, though his youthful optimism showed as he added, "But it buys us time, and Pa always said time was sometimes the most valuable resource a rancher could have." Later, with his siblings asleep and the house settled into nighttime quiet, Thomas returned to the porch, his evening ritual of assessment and reflection. The air remained hot and still, offering no hint of approaching weather change. Yet the day's accomplishments had shifted something within him. Not just hope, but a deeper certainty that their efforts would prove sufficient. He thought about what Sam had said regarding time as a resource. Their father had indeed shared that wisdom repeatedly during difficult seasons, usually followed by his favorite observation: "Morgans don't quit, we outlast." Those words echoed in Thomas's mind as he studied the starlit landscape, mentally calculating how many more trips to the spring might be necessary before the well could take over their water needs. Each journey represented hours of grueling effort, but the alternative, watching their animals suffer and their land wither beyond recovery, remained unacceptable. "Outlasting the drought," he murmured to himself, "one day at a time." With that thought anchoring him, Thomas finally sought his bed, surrendering to exhaustion that had become a constant companion in recent weeks. Tomorrow would bring another day of labor under the unforgiving sun, but tonight he could rest knowing they had found a path forward, however arduous it might be. The following week established a rhythm of coordinated effort that slowly began to turn the tide against their most immediate crisis. While Sam and Charlotte focused on expanding and reinforcing the Coyote Creek well, Thomas continued daily runs to the Apache Spring, each trip bringing precious water that maintained their minimal household needs and kept their remaining livestock alive. Emma divided her time between managing the ranch house and assisting at the well site, shuttling tools and food to the workers while handling smaller tasks that freed the others for heavier labor. Her initial frustration at being assigned less physically demanding jobs had given way to pride in her critical supporting role. Without her efforts keeping everyone fed and basic operations running, the water procurement work would have faltered. Progress at Coyote Creek exceeded even Charlotte's optimistic projections. By the 6th day, they had established a well shaft nearly 15 feet deep, with water now seeping in quickly enough to maintain a constant pool at the bottom. Sam, displaying an unexpected talent for engineering, had designed a simple pulley system that allowed them to draw up filled buckets while sending empty ones down, without requiring anyone to repeatedly climb in and out of the shaft. Charlotte's old mining pump, once cleaned and properly positioned, proved remarkably effective at drawing water into waiting barrels. Though hand-operated and requiring substantial physical effort, it could fill a 50-gallon barrel in under an hour, a vast improvement over the laborious transport from the distant spring. Another week of this, Sam calculated as they loaded the day's water haul onto Charlotte's small cart, and will have enough reserves stored to cut back on spring runs. Thomas nodded agreement, though he continued to push himself relentlessly, making daily journeys to the Apache Spring despite growing exhaustion. Each trip left him more drained than the last, but the results were undeniable. Their cattle showed improved condition, and the household cistern remained adequately filled for essential needs. The siblings had just finished distributing the day's water when Charlotte arrived with unexpected news. "Rider coming," she announced, dismounting with the ease of someone half her age. "Saw him from the ridge. Looks like Caleb Fletcher from the Fletcher spread south of here." Thomas frowned slightly, wondering what business the neighboring rancher might have. The Fletchers operated a much larger property 15 miles south, with access to a year-round creek that had made them somewhat insulated from the drought's worst effects. Relations between the families had always been cordial but distant. "Probably checking how we're faring," Sam suggested optimistically. "They've got that big windmill operation by their north pasture." Caleb Fletcher appeared on the horizon shortly thereafter, his substantial frame mounted on a handsome Palomino stallion that showed none of the stress evident in their own horses. At 45, Fletcher represented old Texas money, second-generation ranching wealth that had allowed him to expand his holdings while smaller operations struggled. "Morgan," he greeted Thomas with a respectful nod as he dismounted. "Hear you folks are having a rough go with this drought." "Managing," Thomas replied neutrally, offering his hand. "Water's scarce, but we've found some solutions." Fletcher's gaze traveled over the property, assessing conditions with the experienced eye of a lifelong rancher. "Came to make you an offer, actually. Heard from Jenkins at the general store that you're hauling water daily just to keep afloat." Thomas tensed slightly, immediately wary of what might follow. Larger ranches often circled struggling smaller operations during difficult times, looking to expand their holdings at bargain prices. "We're holding our own," he stated more firmly. "No doubt," Fletcher acknowledged, seeming to recognize Thomas's defensive posture. "Look, cards on the table. I need additional grazing land for my expanding herd. Creek on my property is holding steady. Got more water than I need for the moment. He gestured toward the Morgan's southern pasture. Thought we might work something mutually beneficial. We're not selling, Thomas responded immediately, the words emerging with unexpected heat. Fletcher raised his hands placatingly. Not asking you to. Proposing a temporary arrangement. I bring water. You let me graze some cattle on your South 40. I get expanded grazing. You get water delivered regular without killing yourself and that pinto making daily runs. The offer took Thomas by surprise, his mind racing to identify the catch. Fletcher continued before he could formulate a response. Got a water wagon, 400-gallon capacity. Could bring it by twice weekly, more than replace what you're hauling from wherever you found water. My boys handle the transport, no cost to you except grazing rights through end of summer. Charlotte, who had remained silent during the exchange, spoke up thoughtfully. Seems unusually generous, Caleb. What's really at stake here? Fletcher chuckled, acknowledging the legitimate suspicion. Business, Mrs. Adler, pure business. Morgan land's got better grass than mine when there's adequate moisture, different soil composition. My prize breeding stock needs quality grazing to maintain condition. Can't buy that land outright, he nodded toward Thomas. Since this young man's made it clear the Morgan place isn't for sale at any price, so I'm proposing a trade of resources. My water for your grass. Sam moved closer to Thomas, speaking low. Could cut your spring runs in half, Tom. Combined with the well water, might actually give us a fighting chance. Thomas studied Fletcher's face, searching for deception, but finding only the straightforward calculation of a businessman who'd identified a potentially advantageous arrangement. How many head are we talking about? And how long exactly? 30 head. All quality stock, no disease risk to your herd, Fletcher specified. Through end of September, with option to renegotiate if the rains haven't returned by then. The terms seemed reasonable, almost suspiciously so. And if I agree, what guarantees the water keeps coming once your cattle are grazing my land? Fletcher smiled slightly, recognizing the legitimate concern. Put it in writing. Half payment of water in advance of cattle arrival, continued regular delivery, or cattle get returned. Simple contract, enforceable in county court if it comes to that, which it won't. Thomas glanced toward Charlotte, whose subtle nod indicated she saw no obvious trap in the proposal. The arrangement would significantly reduce his physical burden while providing crucial additional water. Combined with the Coyote Creek well, it might create enough surplus to attempt saving a portion of their crops as well. Need to discuss with my family, Thomas said finally. Can give you an answer tomorrow if you're willing to ride back. Fletcher nodded agreeably. Fair enough, I'll stop by mid-morning. He mounted his palomino with practiced ease, then added as an apparent afterthought, Your father was a stubborn man, Morgan, but a good one. Respected how he built something from nothing out here. Would have made the same offer to him if he'd lived to see this drought. After Fletcher departed, the Morgans gathered with Charlotte around their kitchen table, discussing the unexpected proposal from every angle. Sam favored accepting immediately, seeing the practical advantages, while Emma expressed concern about allowing outsiders to use their land. What if his cattle damage the pasture, she questioned, or what if he's just trying to get a foothold on our property? Fletchers have plenty of land, Charlotte observed. If expansion was his only goal, there are easier targets than the Morgan Ranch. I think his explanation about the different grazing quality is genuine. Ranchers know soil variations affect stock condition. Thomas sat quietly, weighing options against risks. The proposal offered substantial relief at a critical moment, potentially saving him from physical collapse due to the punishing schedule he'd been maintaining. Yet some deeper instinct made him hesitate, perhaps simple pride, or the feeling that accepting help represented some failure of his promise to his father. What would Pa have done? Sam asked finally, cutting to the heart of Thomas's internal conflict. The question hung in the air as Thomas considered honestly. William Morgan had been fiercely independent, but never at the expense of practical necessity. He'd taught his children that pride was worthwhile only when it served a purpose greater than itself. Pa would have considered what best served the land and the family, Thomas said finally. He wasn't too proud to accept fair deals when they benefited what he was building here. Charlotte nodded approvingly. That's right. William understood the difference between independence and foolish stubbornness. Accepting Fletcher's water doesn't mean surrendering what you've built. It's using available resources to protect your father's legacy. Thomas leaned back in his chair, decision crystallizing in his mind. We'll accept, with the contract terms as discussed, but we'll keep developing our well at Coyote Creek. Fletcher's offer buys us time, not dependence. The following morning, Caleb Fletcher returned as promised, seeming unsurprised by Thomas's acceptance. The men drafted a simple but clear agreement, with Charlotte witnessing the signatures. Fletcher would deliver the first water shipment the following day, with his cattle arriving after 2 deliveries had been completed as a show of good faith. Smart decision, Fletcher commented as they concluded their business. Drought like this, it's the adaptable operations that survive. The stubborn ones that refuse all help are the ones that end up sold at auction by season's end. As promised, Fletcher's water wagon arrived the next afternoon, an impressive sight rolling across the dusty landscape, pulled by 4 strong draft horses and managed by 2 ranch hands. The 400 gallons they delivered represented more than Thomas could transport in a week of daily runs to the Apache Spring, immediately transforming their most pressing shortage into manageable sufficiency. With Fletcher's water supplementing their own sources, the Morgans established a new routine. Thomas reduced his spring runs to every 3rd day, using the recovered time and energy to assist with further development of the Coyote Creek well. Sam designed and built a more permanent windlass system for the well, improving efficiency while reducing the physical strain of water retrieval. Emma took on greater responsibility for monitoring and distributing their water supplies, developing a careful rationing system that maximized benefit from every precious drop. By early September, nearly 2 weeks after Fletcher's arrangement began, their situation had stabilized into something approaching sustainable management. The cattle showed visible improvement, with gaunt ribs less prominent and greater animation in their movements. Fletcher's stock grazed contentedly in the south pasture, their superior condition a stark contrast to the Morgan herd, but also a vision of what might be possible with adequate water and time for recovery. Charlotte Adler became a daily presence, her practical knowledge and tireless work ethic making her an invaluable ally. Though she maintained her own smaller homestead, she increasingly coordinated efforts with the Morgans, recognizing that their shared resources improved survival chances for both properties. Thinking we should connect our water systems, she suggested one evening as they shared a modest supper at the Morgan house. Run a simple pipe system between the ranch houses, share the well water more efficiently. Thomas nodded thoughtfully, visualizing the logistics. Makes sense. Winter's coming eventually. Having interconnected water access would help us both when the ground freezes. They were discussing implementation details when Emma, who had been watching the western horizon through the kitchen window, suddenly straightened with attention. Clouds, she announced, voice tight with suppressed excitement. Big ones, coming from the west. The adults exchanged cautious glances, too experienced with the drought's cruel patterns to embrace hope prematurely. Previous cloud formations had tantalized them repeatedly throughout the summer, only to drift past without releasing a single drop of moisture. Yet as they stepped onto the porch, the sight that greeted them indeed warranted attention. A substantial bank of dark clouds had formed along the western horizon, different from the high, wispy formations that had teased them previously. These clouds sat lower, their undersides heavy and grey, with unmistakable curtains of precipitation visible beneath portions of the mass. "Those are rain clouds," Charlotte confirmed, her weathered face revealing cautious optimism. "Real ones, not just show. Question is whether they'll hold together long enough to reach us." Throughout the evening, they tracked the cloud bank's slow progress eastward, trying to maintain pragmatic expectations despite growing excitement. By nightfall, a freshening breeze had developed, the first substantial air movement in weeks, carrying a tantalizing scent of moisture and the distant rumble of thunder. "Might just be a tease again," Sam cautioned as they performed final evening chores, though his voice betrayed the same hopeful anticipation they all felt. Thomas nodded agreement while securing loose items that might be affected by wind. "Either way, we keep to our plans. Fletcher's water comes tomorrow. Well operation continues at Coyote Creek. We prepare for continued drought while hoping for better." Sleep proved elusive that night as the distant storm gradually approached, wind rattling loosened shingles and periodic thunder growing progressively louder. Thomas found himself repeatedly checking the sky from his bedroom window, watching lightning illuminate the massive cloud formations now directly overhead. The first raindrops struck the roof shortly after midnight. Tentative at first, scattered patterings that might have been mistaken for wind-blown debris. Then, as if some celestial dam had suddenly broken, the heavens opened. Water descended not in gentle precipitation but in solid sheets that hammered the roof with almost physical force, creating an immediate roar that penetrated the house's every corner. Thomas threw on clothes and rushed outside despite the deluge, needing to witness this miracle with his own eyes. He found Sam already in the yard, face turned upward to the torrent, arms spread wide in a gesture of celebration that bordered on reverence. Emma joined them moments later, her nightdress rapidly soaking beneath a hastily donned coat, laughing with pure joy as the precious water plastered her hair to her face. Lightning revealed the landscape transformed, water cascading from every surface, forming instant streams where minutes before there had been only dust. The parched earth initially rejected the sudden bounty, creating rivers across hardened surfaces before the soil could begin to soften and absorb the life-giving moisture. "The catchment barrels!" Sam shouted over the storm's roar, suddenly remembering the rain collection system they had maintained out of habit despite months of disuse. Together they raced to ensure the gutters remained clear and flow directed properly into their storage containers. Within minutes, barrels that had stood empty since early summer began rapidly filling, free water from the sky, the rancher's most precious gift. The deluge continued through the night, alternating between violent downpours and steadier, soaking rain that penetrated the drought-hardened soil more effectively. By dawn, the landscape had transformed dramatically, standing water in every depression, streams flowing in the seasonal creek beds, and a rich, earthy scent replacing the dusty aridity that had defined their world for months. Morning light revealed both blessing and challenge. The rain continued steadily, promising deep soil saturation that would revive dormant vegetation and replenish their wells. But the sudden transition from extreme drought to heavy precipitation created its own problems. Flash flooding in low areas, including portions of their critical south pasture where Fletcher's cattle now grazed alongside their own. Need to move the herds to higher ground, Thomas announced after a quick property survey. Creek's rising fast, and that low section by the oak stand will be underwater within hours if this keeps up. The siblings worked systematically despite the continuing downpour, moving cattle to elevated sections of the ranch where floodwaters wouldn't reach. Fletcher's ranch hands arrived mid-morning, having recognized the same danger to their employer's stock. Together, the team successfully relocated all animals before the rapidly rising Coyote Creek overflowed its banks, flooding the lower pasture land that had, ironically, been their greatest concern during the drought. By late afternoon, the storm began to moderate, transitioning to a gentle, steady rainfall that promised to continue through the night. The immediate crisis of potential flooding stabilized, allowing the Morgans to fully appreciate the miracle of their changed circumstances. Their collection barrels overflowed, cisterns filled to capacity, and every container they could find captured additional water against future need. Charlotte Adler arrived despite the difficult travel conditions, her practical nature already focused on maximizing benefit from the unexpected blessing. Need to prepare for the regrowth, she advised, shaking rain from her hat as she joined them on the porch. Dormant seeds will germinate quickly now, and the grazing lands should green up within days if this continues. Thomas nodded agreement, mind already calculating how best to manage the transition from extreme conservation to sudden abundance. The rain solved their most pressing problem, but created new considerations requiring immediate attention. We should check the well, Sam suggested, see how the water table's responding. Despite the continuing rainfall, they rode to Coyote Creek to inspect their hard-won water source. The transformation there proved even more dramatic than expected. The creek now flowed vigorously where days before there had been only a dusty bed, and their well shaft had filled nearly to ground level with clear, sweet water. Nature's refilling everything we've been desperately extracting, Charlotte observed with satisfaction. One good rain won't end the drought entirely, but it's buying us weeks, maybe months of recovery time. The rain continued intermittently for 3 days, soaking the land deeply enough to penetrate beyond superficial relief. By the 4th morning, when clear skies finally returned, the landscape had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dormant grasses had already begun showing hints of green, and the skeletal trees displayed the subtle brightening that preceded new leaf growth. Fletcher arrived personally to check on his cattle and confirm the condition of the Morgan ranch post-storm. His assessment was characteristically straightforward as he surveyed the rejuvenated property. Land's going to recover faster than expected, he noted, genuine appreciation evident in his tone. Good deep soil here, just needed the water to show its quality. Grazing should be excellent within 2 weeks if we get even one more decent rainfall before winter. Changes our arrangement somewhat, Thomas observed, directly addressing the question of their agreement. Fletcher nodded, businesslike but fair. Won't need your grazing land as desperately now that my own pastures will be recovering, but I'll honor our contract through the agreed term. Water deliveries continue until end of month, regardless. Appreciate that, Thomas acknowledged, though we're in better shape now with the rain and our well development. The men adjusted their agreement amicably, with Fletcher continuing limited water delivery for 2 more weeks while gradually reducing his cattle presence on Morgan land. The relationship that had begun as one of necessity evolved into something approaching neighborly respect, each recognizing in the other a commitment to the land that transcended mere business consideration. As September progressed, the ranch's recovery accelerated beyond even their most optimistic expectations. The deep soaking followed by warm autumn sunshine created ideal conditions for plant growth, transforming brown pastures to vibrant green with astonishing speed. Their cattle regained condition rapidly, the stronger grazing allowing them to put on weight before winter's approach. Most significantly for Thomas, the replenished water sources freed him from the punishing physical routine that had dominated his existence for months. While continued water management remained essential, the desperate daily struggle for basic survival gave way to more sustainable patterns of ranch operation. One evening in late September, as golden sunset light bathed the now verdant landscape, Thomas sat on the porch steps performing routine maintenance on tack that had been neglected during the crisis period. Emma emerged from the house carrying 2 cups of coffee, a luxury they'd severely rationed during the worst drought period, but now could enjoy more regularly. "Sam's gone to check the north fencing," she reported, settling beside her brother. "Says the ground's firm enough now for proper repairs." Thomas accepted the coffee gratefully, noting how his sister's face had filled out again, losing the gaunt appearance that had worried him during the worst weeks. All of them had shed the desperate edge that characterized true survival mode, returning gradually to the people they'd been before the drought's grip tightened. "Remember when Pa first showed us this place?" Emma asked suddenly, her gaze sweeping across the ranch buildings and surrounding pastures. "How he described what it could become with enough work and care?" Thomas nodded, memories surfacing vividly. "Said it wasn't much to look at then, but had good bones, good water potential if you knew where to dig, good soil if you could get moisture to it." "Was right," Emma observed quietly, "about all of it. Even about how hard it would be to keep." The conversation paused as both siblings contemplated their father's legacy. Not just the physical ranch, but the values and knowledge he'd imparted that had ultimately enabled their survival against seemingly impossible odds. "You kept your promise to him," Emma said finally, her simple statement carrying profound weight. "When everything was dying around us, when it seemed hopeless, you didn't give up." Thomas felt unexpected emotion tighten his throat, making response momentarily impossible. He'd been so focused on daily tasks, on the mechanical process of survival, that he'd scarcely allowed himself to consider the deeper meaning of their ordeal. "We all did," he managed finally. "You, me, Sam, even Mrs. Adler. We all kept faith with what Pa built here." Their reflective moment was interrupted by the distant sound of approaching hoofbeats. Sam returning from his inspection ride, accompanied by Charlotte Adler. Both riders appeared relaxed, their animals moving with the easy gait of creatures no longer weakened by thirst and inadequate nutrition. "North fence is solid again," Sam reported as they dismounted, "and the graze is coming in thick there. Should be prime feeding in another week." Charlotte nodded agreement, her practical assessment complementing Sam's report. "Cattle are putting weight back on nicely. You'll enter winter with a healthier herd than I would have thought possible a month ago." The group settled on the porch, sharing coffee and conversation as evening deepened around them. Discussion ranged from immediate ranch matters to longer-term planning now that basic survival no longer consumed their entire focus. "Thinking about that pipe system between our properties," Charlotte mentioned. "Still makes sense, even with the rain. Drought will come again eventually, always does in these parts." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Worth implementing, maybe expanded. Create a better water distribution system throughout both properties. Use what we've learned about conservation and storage. Could add more catchment barrels too," Sam contributed enthusiastically. "Harvest rainwater more efficiently when it does come." Their conversation represented more than practical planning. It signified a fundamental shift from reactive crisis management to proactive stewardship. The drought's lesson, though brutally delivered, had forced them to develop systems and knowledge that would serve the ranch for years to come. As darkness settled fully over the land, bringing the day's first hints of autumn coolness. Thomas found himself drawn to the barn for a final check before retiring. Inside, he paused by Domino's stall, where the Pinto dozed peacefully, his coat regaining the healthy sheen diminished during the drought's worst weeks. "Got through it, old friend," Thomas murmured, stroking the horse's neck affectionately. "Couldn't have done it without you." Domino nudged his hand gently, the simple animal communication somehow conveying shared experience and trust. The horse had carried impossible loads across punishing terrain without complaint, his unwavering effort matching Thomas's own determination during their darkest hours. Moving to the barn door, Thomas surveyed the ranch one final time before sleep. Moonlight silvered the landscape, revealing healthy pastures where weeks before there had been only dust and struggle. The windmill turned steadily in the gentle night breeze, pumping water from the now replenished well that would sustain them through the coming seasons. Thomas's thoughts turned to his father, to the deathbed promise that had sustained him through impossible challenges. William Morgan had built this place from nothing, transforming hostile territory into a functioning ranch through sheer force of will and unrelenting effort. In demanding his son's promise to continue that legacy, he'd passed on not just property, but purpose. "Still here, Pa," Thomas whispered to the night. "Still fighting for what's ours. And winning, I think." The stars offered no audible response, yet Thomas felt a profound sense of connection to the land, to his family's history, to something larger than himself. The drought had tested them in ways he could never have anticipated, stripping away everything but the essential truth of who they were and what they valued. In surviving that test, not just enduring but adapting, growing stronger through adversity, Thomas had fulfilled his promise in ways deeper than mere continuation. He had proven the Morgan legacy worthy of preservation, not just because of what his father had built, but because of what he and his siblings had become in fighting to maintain it. Morning would bring more work. There was always more work on a ranch, even in good times. But as Thomas finally sought his bed, he carried with him a sense of peace that had been absent for months. The rain had broken the drought's hold on their land, but something more significant had emerged from their ordeal, a deeper understanding of their own resilience, their capacity to face nature's harshest challenges and emerge unbowed. Outside, a gentle autumn breeze carried the scent of regeneration across pastures slowly returning to life. The Morgan Ranch stood quietly beneath the star-filled sky, its existence a testament to human determination in the face of nature's most unforgiving trials. And within its walls, the family that had nearly lost everything slept soundly, secure in the knowledge that they had kept faith with both the land and the legacy entrusted to their care. The promise remained unbroken, strengthened, in fact, by the very forces that had threatened to shatter it. And in that strengthening lay the true victory, more precious than mere survival alone could ever be. As the autumn sun cast long shadows across the Morgan Ranch, life had settled into a rhythm of recovery and renewal. The desperate days of drought had given way to a season of rebuilding, with green pastures replacing parched earth and healthy cattle grazing where once they had struggled to survive. Thomas Morgan stood at the newly repaired north fence line, his hands bearing fresh calluses from work that now strengthened their homestead, rather than merely preserving it against imminent collapse. The ranch had weathered nature's harshest test and emerged stronger, not just in its physical structures, but in the bonds of family and community that had proven more resilient than any wooden post or barbed wire. Yet, across the territories of the American frontier, other struggles unfolded far from the Morgan Ranch. Different tests of character and resilience, that echoed similar themes of perseverance against seemingly impossible odds. For the land shaped all who dwelt upon it, demanding strength and sacrifice in countless forms. Miles away, where the rugged hills gave way to open plains bordered by distant mountains, another tale of determination was taking shape. One where the fences in need of mending were not just those of wood and wire, but the invisible boundaries between neighbors whose distrust had deepened over generations of misunderstanding. Here begins the story of Mending the Broken Fence, where we discover that sometimes the most challenging boundaries to repair are those we create in our hearts. The morning sun crept lazily over the eastern horizon, painting the vast grasslands of Emerald Ranch in hues of amber and gold. Arthur Morgan stood on the porch of the main house, coffee mug warming his calloused hands as his eyes traced the sprawling property line where sections of fence now lay in splinters and disarray. The buffalo herd had come through during the night, a magnificent sight in most circumstances, but a headache when they decided to trample right through the ranch's northern perimeter. "Quite a mess they left us," came a gravelly voice from behind. Arthur turned to see Jeremiah Collins, the owner of Emerald Ranch, stepping onto the porch. The older man's weathered face carried the permanent tan of someone who'd spent decades under the western sun, deep creases marking the corners of his eyes from years of squinting across these vast plains. "Ain't seen a buffalo migration like that in years," Arthur replied, taking a sip of the bitter coffee. "Must have been 30, 40 head at least." Jeremiah nodded, leaning against the porch rail. "Nature's got its own plans, I suppose. Problem is, without that fence, we've got 300 head of cattle that'll start wandering before sundown. Wolves been spotted in the North Valley too." Arthur gave a grim nod. The damaged fence stretched for nearly half a mile across the property's northern boundary. Too much for the regular ranch hands to repair quickly. Every hour it remained broken increased the risk of lost cattle, or worse. "Gonna need more hands than we've got," Arthur observed, finishing his coffee. "Already sent word to neighboring spreads," Jeremiah confirmed. "McFarland's, Getty's place, even that new fellow up at Pronghorn, hoping they'll spare who they can." Arthur set his empty mug on the rail. "I'll get Charles and John. Sadie too, if she's up for it. Between all of us, we should make decent headway by nightfall." "Appreciated, Arthur," Jeremiah said, genuine warmth in his voice despite the circumstances. "There's breakfast in the cookhouse when you're ready. Gonna need your strength for the day ahead." As Arthur made his way across the ranch yard toward the bunkhouse where Charles and John were staying, he took in the peaceful morning scene. Ranch hands were already moving about their chores, feeding livestock, mending tack, preparing for the day's work. The soft lowing of cattle drifted from the nearby pasture, punctuated by the occasional whinny of horses from the corral. Despite the urgency of the broken fence, there was something comforting about the routine nature of ranch work. Problems arose, solutions were found, work got done. Simple, straightforward, unlike the complicated moral quandaries that seemed to follow Dutch's gang wherever they went. Arthur had been helping out at Emerald Ranch during what he'd told Dutch was a scouting mission. In truth, he'd needed space to think, to breathe air untainted by Dutch's increasingly desperate plans. The honest work had been good for his soul, even as guilt nagged at him for the deception. Charles Smith was already awake when Arthur entered the bunkhouse, sitting on the edge of his cot pulling on his boots. The half-native, half-black man acknowledged Arthur with a nod. "Trouble?" Charles asked perceptively, noting Arthur's expression. "Buffalo broke through the north fence line last night," Arthur explained. "Need all hands to help mend it before we lose cattle." John Marston groaned from beneath his blanket on a nearby cot. "Sun's barely up," he complained. though he was already sitting up, running a hand through his disheveled dark hair. "Puffins don't care what time it is, Marston," Arthur retorted. "Neither do wolves or rustlers." John muttered something unintelligible but swung his legs over the side of the cot. "Give me 5 minutes." "Breakfast in the cookhouse," Arthur informed them. "I'm going to check if Sadie's around to help." Outside, the morning had bloomed into full splendor. The grasslands stretched toward distant mountains, the tall blades swaying in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of sage and wild roses. In moments like these, Arthur could almost forget the life he'd led, the things he'd done in Dutch's name. Almost. He found Sadie Adler by the stables, already brushing down her golden dun Missouri foxtrotter. The widow had transformed remarkably since they'd rescued her from the O'Driscolls, grief hardening into determination, fear channeled into focused rage. She looked up as Arthur approached. "You're up early?" she observed in her distinctive raspy drawl. "Buffalo took out the north fence," Arthur explained. "Collins needs all hands to fix it. Could use yours too if you're willing." Sadie secured the brush on a nearby hook. "Been looking for something useful to do anyway. Beats sitting around feeling sorry for myself." "Appreciate it," Arthur said simply, knowing better than to offer sympathy she didn't want. "Breakfast first, then we'll gather tools and head north." By the time they'd all eaten, platters of eggs, bacon, and biscuits with gravy that Mrs. Collins had prepared despite the early hour, the ranch yard was buzzing with activity. Additional horses were being saddled, wagons loaded with fence posts, hammers, nails, and spools of wire. Jeremiah Collins stood in the center of it all, directing operations with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd faced ranch emergencies for decades. "Arthur," Collins called as Morgan emerged from the cookhouse. "Got word from McFarland's and Pronghorn. They're sending hands, should be here within the hour. Geddes can't spare anyone today." Arthur nodded. "Good enough. We'll get started. They can join when they arrive." They set out toward the northern boundary, 2 wagons laden with supplies, followed by riders carrying tools. Arthur rode alongside Charles, both men comfortable in the morning silence. Behind them, John and Sadie conversed in low tones. An unlikely friendship formed through shared trauma and resilience. The damage became visible long before they reached the fence line. Splintered posts scattered across trampled grass, wire coiled like serpents where it had been torn loose, an entire section simply gone, presumably dragged away by the powerful buffalo herd. "Quite the wreckage," Charles observed as they reined their horses to a stop. His tracker's eyes scanned the scene, assessing. They came through in a tight group, probably spooked by something. "Whatever it was, they sure didn't mind taking our fence with them," John remarked, dismounting. They began unloading supplies from the wagons, setting up a work area near the center of the damaged section. Arthur helped organize the replacement posts into piles spaced along what had been the fence line, while Charles and John started clearing the broken remnants of the original fence. Sadie joined 2 of Collins' regular hands in measuring and marking where new post holes would need to be dug. Despite never having worked a ranch herself, she and her husband had run a smaller homestead before the O'Driscolls destroyed their life. She took to the task with practical efficiency. "Used to help my pa build fences when I was a girl," she explained when Arthur raised an eyebrow at her expertise with the measuring line. Some things you don't forget. The sun climbed higher as they worked, beating down on their backs as post holes were dug, new cedar posts positioned and tamped firm. The labor was demanding, digging through the tough prairie soil, lifting heavy posts, stretching wire tight enough to hold back cattle while allowing wildlife to pass over or under in less destructive ways. Around mid-morning, a cloud of dust on the horizon announced the arrival of additional help. A wagon from McFarlane's ranch approached, accompanied by riders, 4 men and a woman who Arthur recognized as Bonnie McFarlane herself, her blonde hair visible beneath a wide-brimmed hat. "Collins said you boys could use some help," Bonnie called as she rode up, her Texan accent strong despite years in New Austin. "Brought my best hands and plenty of supplies." "Much appreciated, Miss McFarland," Arthur replied, touching the brim of his hat respectfully. "We've cleared about a 1/4 mile so far, but plenty more to go." Bonnie dismounted with practiced ease, surveying the damage. "Buffalo?" Collins said. Arthur nodded. "Been seeing more of them lately. Government finally started protecting the herds after they nearly wiped them out." "Huh?" She shook her head. "Good for the buffalo, bit of a pain for us ranchers." "Better than not having them at all," Charles commented quietly. Bonnie glanced at him, something in her expression softening. "You're right about that. My pa used to tell stories about how the plains were black with buffalo herds when he first came west. Be something to see them return." The McFarlane crew integrated seamlessly into the work, finding spots along the fence line where they could contribute. One of the hands, a lean, sun-darkened man with graying temples, caught Arthur's attention with his methodical approach to setting posts. "Name's Emmett Walsh," the man introduced himself when he noticed Arthur watching. "Worked fence lines from Texas to Montana. There's a knack to it most folks never quite master." "Showing my ignorance, am I?" Arthur asked with a self-deprecating smile. "Not at all," Walsh replied. "Just offering to show you a trick or two that might save your back some grief." Over the next hour, Walsh demonstrated techniques for digging post holes more efficiently, for setting posts at consistent depths, and for testing stability without excessive tamping. Arthur found himself genuinely appreciating the older man's expertise, honed through decades of practical experience. "Used to be a permanent hand at McFarlane's," Walsh explained as they worked. "Retired 2 years ago when my joints started complaining too loud to ignore. Still help out when they need extra hands for big jobs like this." "Lucky to have your experience," Arthur acknowledged. Walsh chuckled. "Experience is just a fancy word for being old enough to have made all the mistakes already." By midday, another group arrived, 3 hands from Pronghorn Ranch, led by a broad-shouldered man named David Geddes, whom Arthur vaguely recognized from trips into Valentine. With nearly 20 people now working the fence line, they broke into smaller teams, some clearing debris and digging new post holes, others setting posts, and a third group handling the wire stringing. The work developed a rhythm, punctuated by calls for tools or materials, and the steady clang of hammers securing staples to hold the wire in place. They paused around noon, when Mrs. Collins arrived with the chuck wagon, bringing food and fresh water for the workers. Jeremiah Collins himself had come along, wanting to see the progress firsthand. "Looking good," the ranch owner observed, surveying the repaired sections with an approving eye. "Better work than I expected in such a short time." "Got good people," Arthur replied simply. They gathered in patches of shade created by the wagons, passing around platters of cold chicken, biscuits, and jars of pickled vegetables. The mood was lighter now, the progress visible in the neat line of new posts extending along the property boundary. Conversation flowed more freely over the meal, talk of cattle prices, local gossip, and reminiscences about particularly memorable ranch disasters. Arthur found himself sitting between Walsh and a McFarlane hand named Cooper, listening to their tales of the region's history. "Used to be all this land was disputed territory," Walsh was saying, gesturing with a chicken leg toward the distant mountains. "Settlers, natives, Mexican ranchers, all claiming rights. My pa rode with a group that tried to enforce some kind of peace between them all. How'd that work out for him? John asked from nearby. Walsh's weathered face creased in a rueful smile. About as well as you'd expect. Got himself shot twice and stabbed once for his troubles. Still, he believed in what he was doing, trying to find a middle path when everyone else just wanted to fight. Some disputes don't have middle paths, Charles observed quietly. A thoughtful silence followed his words, broken when Bonnie McFarlane joined their circle, settling on an upturned bucket with a plate balanced on her knees. "How's your father doing, Miss McFarlane?" Arthur inquired, remembering the formidable old rancher who'd built the McFarlane empire through sheer determination. "Stubborn as ever," Bonnie replied with fond exasperation. "Doctor told him to stay in bed after that bout of pneumonia last winter, but I caught him out checking the herd last week. Said he was just getting some air. With a saddle and lasso, apparently." Laughter rippled through the group. The elder McFarlane's tenacity was legendary throughout the region. "Man built something worth protecting," Jeremiah Collins commented. "Hard to just sit by and watch others tend it." "True enough," Barney agreed, "though I'd prefer he lived long enough to enjoy his grandchildren, if I ever managed to produce any." The conversation shifted to other topics, but Arthur found himself pondering the concepts of legacy and succession. What would be left when he was gone? What mark would he leave on this world beyond notoriety and bounty posters? After the meal, they returned to work with renewed energy. The afternoon sun was relentless, but a steady breeze kept the heat somewhat bearable. Arthur found himself working alongside Sadie and Walsh, stretching wire between newly set posts. "Tension's the secret," Walsh was explaining, demonstrating how to use the stretching tool to get consistent tautness. "Too tight and it'll snap come winter when the cold makes it contract. Too loose and it won't hold back a determined cow, let alone a buffalo." Sadie watched intently, then took the tools and replicated the technique perfectly on her first attempt. Walsh raised his eyebrows, impressed. "Quick learner," he observed. "Just practical," Sadie replied with a shrug. "No different than setting a snare, really. All about the right tension." As the afternoon wore on, they were interrupted by the approach of a wagon, unlike the others, more ornate, clearly not designed for ranch work. It pulled up near their section of fence, and a well-dressed man in a bowler hat climbed down, somewhat awkwardly. "Afternoon, folks," he called, brushing dust from his tailored suit. "Name's Harmon Fitzgerald. Was hoping to reach Valentine before sundown, but it seems my wheel had other ideas." He gestured toward the wagon, where, indeed, one wheel was visibly damaged, listing at an unnatural angle. Arthur approached, wiping sweat from his brow with a bandana. "Nearest blacksmith's in Valentine. Good 10 miles from here." Fitzgerald sighed dramatically. "So I feared. I don't suppose any of you fine people might be heading that direction soon? I have rather important business awaiting. Won't be anyone free until this fence is finished," John called bluntly from where he was hammering wire staples. "Probably tomorrow at earliest." Fitzgerald surveyed the scene, taking in the damaged fence line and the workers spread along it. "Quite the operation you have here. Buffalo damage, I presume, judging by the tracks." Arthur nodded, slightly surprised at the man's perceptiveness. "Well then," Fitzgerald said after a moment's consideration, removing his suit jacket and rolling up his shirt sleeves, "perhaps I might earn my rescue by lending a hand. I'm not entirely useless with tools, despite appearances." Arthur exchanged glances with Charles, who gave a subtle shrug. Extra hands were extra hands, regardless of their origin. "Can always use more help," Arthur acknowledged, "though it's hard work in this heat, especially for city folk." Fitzgerald grinned, revealing a gold tooth among otherwise perfect dentition. "I assure you, Mr. Morgan, Arthur Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I was not always a traveling salesman. Grew up on a farm in Pennsylvania before seeking more lucrative opportunities. I remember which end of a hammer to hold." True to his word, Fitzgerald proved surprisingly capable. After changing into more appropriate clothing from his luggage, he joined Walsh and Arthur's group, quickly grasping the fence-building techniques and working steadily despite the heat. "What brings a Pennsylvania farm boy to New Hanover?" Arthur asked as they measured wire for the next section. "Opportunity, my friend," Fitzgerald replied. "I represent the Harrington Manufacturing Company, finest agricultural implements east of the Mississippi. Was hoping to establish new accounts with the ranchers in this region." "Selling farm equipment?" John asked skeptically, passing by with an armload of wire staples. "Indeed," Fitzgerald confirmed, "though I prefer to think of it as helping modernize the American frontier. The right tools can transform a struggling ranch into a profitable enterprise. If you can afford them," Sadie commented dryly. Fitzgerald acknowledged her point with a tilt of his head. "True enough, Mrs. Adler, and its widow Adler. My condolences, Mrs. Adler, and you make a fair point. Quality comes at a price, but I offer favorable terms to the right customers." As they continued working, Arthur found himself surprisingly engaged by Fitzgerald's tales of his travels across the rapidly changing American landscape. The salesman had a gift for storytelling, painting vivid pictures of the industrial cities of the East and the transformations he'd witnessed over 2 decades on the road. "Saw my first automobile in Chicago last year," he told them as they paused for water. "Noisy, smelly contraption, but moved without a horse. Strange to think such things might someday be common." "World's changing fast," Charles observed. "Too fast, some would say," Walsh added, wiping sweat from his brow. "When I was a boy, a man could ride for weeks without seeing another soul. Now there's towns and farms and fences everywhere you look. Progress marches on, unstoppable as a buffalo herd," Fitzgerald remarked with a gesture toward the damaged fence. "Though perhaps not always in a straight line." The quip drew chuckles from the workers within earshot, easing the tension that had begun to build as fatigue set in. Even Jeremiah Collins, typically stoic, cracked a smile before moving on to check the next section. By mid-afternoon, dark clouds had begun gathering on the western horizon, promising an evening thunderstorm. The prospect added urgency to their work. A half-finished fence would be vulnerable to the powerful winds that often accompanied such storms. "Need to finish the essential sections before that hits," Collins instructed, pointing toward the distant clouds. "Focus on the main cattle pathways first. We can finish the rest tomorrow if needed." They redoubled their efforts, the various teams coordinating more efficiently now that they'd established a rhythm. Arthur found himself working between John and Charles, the three of them falling into a wordless cooperation born of years riding together. "Reminds me of building that house with Uncle and Charles," John commented during a brief pause to adjust his gloves. "Remember that, Arthur? For that widow and her son?" Arthur nodded, the memory surfacing from what felt like a lifetime ago. "Didn't think you had any construction skills in you, Marston." Was pleasantly surprised. "I'm a man of hidden talents," John replied with mock defensiveness. "Very hidden," Arthur retorted, drawing a rare chuckle from Charles. As the afternoon waned, Arthur noticed a subtle shift in the group's dynamics. People who had started the day as strangers now called to each other by name, passed tools with easy familiarity, and stepped in to help when someone struggled with a particularly difficult task. Even Fitzgerald, the outsider, had been incorporated into their makeshift community. More surprisingly, Arthur observed Jeremiah Collins and a McFarlane ranch hand named Peterson working comfortably side by side. Remarkable considering Arthur had overheard Collins mentioning a long-standing dispute between them over water rights to a creek that separated their properties. "Didn't think I'd see those two voluntary speaking to each other," Arthur commented quietly to Bonnie McFarlane when she passed by with a load of wire. She followed his gaze, a small smile touching her lips. "Amazing what a common problem can do. They've been arguing over that creek since before I had braids, but here they are, working like old friends. Will it last beyond today?" Bunny shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not, but it's a start. Sometimes that's all you need, something to remind folks they have more in common than not." The wisdom in her words struck Arthur, prompting reflection on his own divided loyalties. Dutch had always emphasized the gang as family, united against a hostile world. Yet increasingly, Arthur found connections outside that circle, with innocent homesteaders, struggling farmers, and hard-working ranch hands just trying to carve honest lives from this wild land. The approaching storm had nearly reached them when Walsh called out from further down the line. "Final section, folks. Push hard and we'll finish before the rain hits." A renewed energy swept through the tired workers. Tools passed from hand to hand more quickly. Post holes were dug with fresh determination, and the wire-stretching teams worked with focused precision. Even those who had been flagging found reserves of strength for the final push. Arthur found himself working alongside Fitzgerald in the last stretch, both men sweat-soaked and dirt-streaked, indistinguishable now from any other ranch hand. The salesman had proven surprisingly resilient throughout the day, earning grudging respect from even the most skeptical workers. "Never thought I'd see a fancy suit wearer work so hard without complaint," Arthur observed as they tamped soil around a particularly stubborn post. Fitzgerald grinned through the layer of dust coating his face. "As I said, Mr. Morgan, we all contain multitudes. The suit is merely one facet of Harmon Fitzgerald." "And which facet is the real one?" The salesman paused, considering the question with unexpected seriousness. "Perhaps they all are, in their way. We wear different faces for different circumstances, do we not? I suspect you understand that better than most." Arthur felt a chill that had nothing to do with the approaching storm. There was a perceptiveness in Fitzgerald's eyes that made him wonder if the man somehow sensed the duality of his existence. Ranch hand today, outlaw tomorrow. Before he could respond, a triumphant shout came from the end of the line where Jeremiah Collins was inspecting the final section. "It'll hold! By God, we did it!" A ragged cheer went up from the exhausted workers, voices unified in shared accomplishment. They had repaired nearly half a mile of fence in a single day, a task that would normally have taken a week or more with the ranch's regular crew. The first fat raindrops began to fall as they gathered tools and loaded the wagons. Thunder rumbled in the distance, but the mood remained buoyant despite the weather. They had won this particular battle against nature's capacity for destruction. At least for now. "Ranch house is open to all who help today," Collins announced as they prepared to depart. "Hot food, dry clothes for those who need them, and beds for anyone who doesn't want to ride home in this weather." Arthur found himself riding back beside Charles, both men silent but comfortable in their shared exhaustion. Behind them, the new fence stood as testament to what could be accomplished when disparate people united around a common goal. A simple lesson that somehow felt profound in that moment. The storm broke in earnest as they reached the ranch buildings, sending everyone hurrying for shelter. The main house and bunkhouses quickly filled with soaked, mud-splattered workers, all shedding wet outer layers and gravitating toward the warmth of hearths and lanterns. Mrs. Collins and her daughter directed traffic, distributing towels and dry clothing where needed, while the cook and his assistants worked furiously to prepare enough food for the unexpected crowd. Arthur, having secured a spot near the cookhouse fire, found himself beside Walsh and Fitzgerald, all three men nursing mugs of hot coffee laced with a discreet splash of whiskey courtesy of one of the McFarland hands. To successful fence mending, Fitzgerald proposed, raising his mug in toast. And to unexpected companions, Walsh added with a nod to the salesman. Arthur raised his own mug in acknowledgement. Never know where you'll find good men. The simple exchange carried weight beyond the words themselves, three men from entirely different backgrounds finding common ground in shared labor and mutual respect. It struck Arthur that such moments were becoming increasingly rare in a world fracturing along lines of wealth, background, and belief. Dinner was served shortly after, a hearty stew with fresh-baked bread that tasted like heaven to men and women who'd worked from sunrise to sunset. The various groups that had begun the day as separate entities now mingled freely, sharing tales and laughter as the storm raged outside. Arthur observed John deep in conversation with one of the younger pronghorn hands, gesturing animatedly as he told some story that had the younger man wide-eyed with attention. Nearby, Sadie had found unexpected camaraderie with Bonnie McFarlane, the two strong-willed women comparing notes on the challenges of commanding respect in the male-dominated ranching world. Even Charles, typically reserved, was engaged by Walsh in what appeared to be a serious discussion about tracking techniques, both men drawing patterns on the table with fingertips dampened in spilled coffee. "Quite the collection of humanity you've assembled," came Jeremiah Collins' voice as the ranch owner settled on the bench beside Arthur, plate in hand. "Just happened to be in the right place," Arthur demurred. Collins studied him thoughtfully. "Man who can bring together folks like this. That's a rare quality, Morgan. Reminds me of someone I used to ride with years back. Had that same knack for making people believe they could do more together than apart." "What happened to him?" Arthur asked, curious despite himself. A shadow crossed Collins' weathered features. "Got too fond of his own legend. Started believing he was something more than just a man trying his best. Cost him everything in the end." The description hit uncomfortably close to Dutch's trajectory, sending a chill through Arthur despite the warm room. He changed the subject, asking about Collins' plans for reinforcing the fence against future buffalo migration. Later, with dinner finished and many of the workers settled into whatever sleeping spaces could be arranged, Arthur stepped onto the covered porch for a moment of solitude. The storm had passed, leaving behind the fresh scent of rain-washed earth and the gentle patter of water dripping from eaves. He lit a cigarette, watching the intermittent moonlight breaking through scattered clouds to illuminate the glistening ranch yard. In the distance, barely visible, the new fence line stood as evidence of the day's labor. "Penny for your thoughts, Mr. Morgan." Arthur turned to find Fitzgerald joining him, now dressed in clean, dry clothes, though still lacking his usual urbane polish. "Not worth half that," Arthur replied with a self-deprecating smile, "just thinking about fences." "A surprisingly philosophical subject," the salesman observed, leaning against the porch rail. "Boundaries between what's ours and what's wild, between safety and danger." Arthur nodded slowly. "Between who we are and who we might become." Fitzgerald gave him a curious look, but didn't press. Instead, he said, "I've met many men in my travels, Mr. Morgan. Most are exactly what they appear to be, limited, predictable. But occasionally," he paused, choosing his words carefully, Occasionally, I encounter someone who seems to exist at a crossroads, capable of walking multiple paths. You strike me as such a man." The observation was too perceptive for comfort. Arthur took a long drag from his cigarette, buying time to formulate a response that neither confirmed nor denied. "We all have choices to make," he said finally, "some harder than others. Indeed." Fitzgerald studied him a moment longer before changing tack. "I wanted to thank you, by the way, for allowing a stranded salesman to contribute to your communal effort. It was unexpectedly rewarding." "Did honest work with honest folk," Arthur replied simply. "Always has its own reward." They stood in companionable silence for a while, watching the clouds drift across the moon. Finally, Fitzgerald straightened, brushing imaginary dust from his shirt. "I should attempt sleep. Tomorrow I'll need to address my wagon situation." He extended a hand. "It was a pleasure working alongside you, Mr. Morgan. If our paths cross again, I hope it will be under equally enlightening circumstances." Arthur shook the offered hand. "Safe travels, Mr. Fitzgerald." Left alone, Arthur finished his cigarette, reflecting on the day's events. Tomorrow he would need to return to camp, to Dutch and the increasingly desperate schemes that seemed to drive their gang deeper into trouble with each passing week. He would slide back into that life like putting on a familiar coat, comfortable in its way, but increasingly ill-fitting. Yet something about today, the simple, honest work, the camaraderie across dividing lines of background and belief, felt like a glimpse of another possible life. Not perfect or easy, but fundamentally sound in a way that Dutch's grand visions no longer seemed to be. Arthur Morgan stood at his own fence line, caught between two worlds. Behind him lay the path that had shaped him, filled with the only family he'd known since childhood. Ahead stretched an uncertain trail towards something he could barely articulate. Redemption, perhaps, or at least a life where his hands built more than they destroyed. The choice wasn't simple, or even fully formed in his mind, but standing there under the clearing night sky, watching the moonlight trace silver outlines on a fence built by unlikely allies, Arthur felt something shift within him. A post set more firmly, a wire pulled tauter, creating a boundary that might someday define a different kind of existence. Morning arrived with clear skies and the aftermath of productive labor. The ranch hands moved about their regular chores with the satisfied fatigue that follows meaningful work. Those who had come from neighboring ranches prepared for departure, loading tools and exchanging farewells with newfound friends. Arthur found John by the corral, saddling his horse for the ride back to camp. "Dutch'll be wondering where we got to," Marston commented, tightening a cinch strap. "Let him wonder," Arthur replied, though he knew they couldn't delay much longer without raising suspicion. "Be good to bring back some honest money for once." John glanced at him sharply but didn't pursue the thought. Instead he asked, "You ever think about it? Settling somewhere like this? Doing regular work?" The question struck closer to Arthur's midnight musings than was comfortable. "Bit late for men like us to start playing rancher, ain't it?" "Maybe." John's gaze drifted toward where Jack would be waiting back at camp. "Maybe not. Guess it depends what you're willing to risk." They were interrupted by Jeremiah Collins approaching with 2 envelopes. "Payment for you, boys," the rancher said, handing them over. "Extra for bringing in those additional hands. Wouldn't have finished in time without them." Arthur accepted the envelope with a nod of thanks. "Glad we could help." "Door's always open if you're ever looking for steady work," Collins added, his keen eyes studying both men. "Ranch can always use good hands who know their business." The offer hung in the air between them, not just employment, but a potential bridge to a different future. Arthur tucked the envelope into his satchel, non-committal yet not outright refusing. "Appreciate that," he said simply. Final goodbyes were exchanged in the ranch yard. Bonnie McFarlane's crew departed first, the capable woman offering handshakes to Arthur, John, and Charles with invitations to visit McFarlane's ranch when they were in the area. Harmon Fitzgerald, having arranged for his wagon to be towed to Valentine for repairs, offered extravagant thanks and handed out business cards with flourish. Even Walsh, the retired ranch hand, made a point of finding Arthur before departing. "Meant to tell you," the older man said, "you've got a natural talent for the work. Way you organized those crews, got everyone working together, that's not something that can be taught." Arthur shrugged off the praise. "Just wanted to get the job done." "Well, if you ever tire of whatever else it is you do," Walsh continued, his eyes suggesting he suspected there was more to Arthur than ranch work, "reckon there'd be a place for you at most any spread in these parts." Word gets around about reliable men. As they prepared to ride out, Sadie joined them, adjusting her hat against the morning sun. "Back to Dutch, then?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. Arthur nodded, for now. Something in his phrasing caused both Sadie and Charles to glance at him with subtle curiosity, but neither commented further. They mounted up and began the ride back toward camp, leaving behind the repaired fence and the brief taste of a simpler life. The morning was pleasant for riding, the storm having cleared the air and tamped down the dust. They followed a winding trail through grassland still wet with dew, wildflowers nodding in the gentle breeze. In the distance, the new fence line stood as testament to their shared labor, a boundary between civilization and wilderness, holding firm against the pressures of both. Arthur found himself riding slightly ahead of the others, thoughts turning toward what awaited at camp and the increasingly complicated web of loyalties that defined his existence. Dutch would have questions about their extended absence, would have new plans requiring Arthur's particular skills. Skills far removed from fence mending and honest labor. Yet, as he glanced back at the ranch one last time before it disappeared behind a rise, Arthur carried with him more than just payment for work rendered. He carried the memory of purpose, unrelated to survival or score settling, of cooperation across differences that normally drove men apart, of building something that would remain after he'd gone. It wasn't quite hope. Arthur Morgan had lived too long and seen too much for such simple comfort, but it was perhaps the first post set in a new fence line, one that might someday separate the man he had been from the man he might yet become. Behind him, John and Charles and Sadie followed, each carrying their own thoughts, their own possibilities. Ahead lay Dutch and the gang and the life they'd known, but between those points stretched something new, a boundary being established, invisible but increasingly real. The riders crested a hill, silhouetted briefly against the morning sky before disappearing from view of Emerald Ranch. The repaired fence remained, stretching across the landscape, a testament to what could be accomplished when people set aside differences to mend what was broken. In time, other things might be mended too, other boundaries established between what was and what could be. As Arthur and his companions rode away from Emerald Ranch, the new fence line grew smaller in the distance, but its significance had taken root in Arthur's mind. He found himself wondering about the other fences in his life, the invisible ones that had kept him penned within Dutch's vision for so many years. "You're awful quiet," Sadie observed, urging her horse forward to ride alongside him. "Thinking about something?" Arthur adjusted his hat, buying a moment to consider his response. Just wondering if a man can ever truly start fresh. Thinking of taking Collins up on his offer, she asked perceptibly. Maybe. Someday. He glanced back at John, who was deep in conversation with Charles. Not just me, though. All of us deserve better than running forever. Sadie studied him with those sharp eyes that seemed to cut through pretense. Dutch won't let any of us go easy. You know that. I do. Arthur's jaw tightened. Question is whether staying's worth the price anymore. They rode in contemplative silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts about possible futures. The landscape around them gradually shifted from the open grasslands of Emerald Ranch to more wooded terrain, signaling their approach to the gang's current camp near Clements Point. "Someone's coming," Charles called suddenly, his keen eyes spotting movement ahead. Arthur tensed, hands moving instinctively toward his holster, but relaxed when he recognized the approaching rider as Javier Escuela. "There you are," Javert called, reining his horse to a stop before them. "Dutch has been wondering where you disappeared to. We thought you might have run into trouble." "Just helping out at a ranch," Arthur explained. "Earned some honest money for the camp." Javier's expression suggested skepticism, but he merely shrugged. "Well, you're needed back. Dutch and Jose are planning something big in Rhodes, some business with those two plantation families." The Greys and Braithwaites, Arthur recalled, feeling a familiar weariness settle over him. Always another scheme, another risky venture with uncertain rewards. That's right, Dutch thinks there's gold to be had if we play them against each other right. And just like that, the brief respite of fence mending and honest labor began to fade, reality reasserting itself with the inexorable pull of Dutch's latest vision. Arthur exchanged a brief glance with John, noting the same reluctance mirrored in his friend's eyes. "We're coming," Arthur assured Javier. "Just give us a minute." Javert nodded and turned his horse back toward camp, clearly eager to report their imminent return. When he was out of earshot, Sadie spoke up. "Back to Dutch's plans, then." "For now," Arthur agreed. "But keep that fence in mind, Mrs. Adler. Might be we'll need to remember how it's done someday." Charles, quiet until now, added softly, "Some fences protect what's valuable, others just pen you in." "Wise words," Arthur acknowledged. "Guess we'll see which kind Dutch has built around us soon enough." With that, they urged their horses forward, leaving behind the peaceful interlude of Emerald Ranch, and riding toward the increasingly uncertain future that awaited with the Vanderlyn gang. 2 weeks later, Arthur found himself back at Emerald Ranch on different business. Dutch had sent him to fence some acquired pocket watches through the discreet operation Jeremiah Collins' cousin ran from one of the barns. It was an irony not lost on Arthur that he was now at the same place under much different circumstances. As he approached the main house, after concluding his business at the fence, he noticed activity around the northern property line. Riders were patrolling the repaired fence, and even from a distance, Arthur could see modifications had been made to the structure. Curiosity drew him closer. He directed his horse, a sturdy roan Mustang he'd recently tamed, along the fence line until he came upon Jeremiah Collins himself. Overseeing the installation of what appeared to be additional reinforcements. "Mr. Morgan," Collins greeted him, genuine warmth in his voice. "Didn't expect to see you back so soon." Arthur dismounted, feeling strangely awkward in his role as outlaw returning to a place where he'd recently done honest work. "Just passing through, noticed you're making some changes to our handiwork." Collins nodded, gesturing toward the fence line where several ranch hands were installing diagonal braces between posts at regular intervals. "Walsh's idea, actually. Said if we're going to have more buffalo moving through, we ought to make this fence strong enough to encourage them to go around rather than through." Arthur studied the modification with appreciation. Smart thinking. Angle like that distributes the force instead of letting it all hit straight on. Man knows his fences, Collins agreed. He's actually staying on for a while, helping us implement improvements all around the property. Apparently retirement didn't suit him as well as he thought. Arthur found himself smiling at this news. Glad to hear it. He seemed like a man with plenty still to contribute. Speaking of contributions, Collins said, turning to face Arthur directly, offer still stands if you're ever looking for steady work. Man who can organize a crew like you did, who knows his way around both cattle and fences, that's valuable on a spread this size. The sincerity of the offer caught Arthur off guard. He'd grown so accustomed to people wanting something from him. His gun, his intimidating presence, his willingness to do what others wouldn't, that genuine appreciation for his constructive abilities felt almost foreign. I appreciate that, he replied honestly. Maybe someday. Got some obligations to settle first. Collins studied him with shrewd eyes that seemed to perceive more than Arthur was saying. Well, obligations have a way of changing over time. Doors open when circumstances allow. Their conversation was interrupted by a call from one of the hands further down the fence line, requesting Collins' opinion on something. The rancher excused himself, leaving Arthur with his thoughts. He remained for a few minutes, watching the ranch hands work. There was something deeply satisfying about seeing their fence not only standing but being improved upon. A rare instance in Arthur's life when something he'd helped create was being built upon rather than destroyed in his wake. As he mounted up to leave, Arthur caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from the direction of the main house. Harmon Fitzgerald, the traveling salesman, now dressed once again in his characteristic well-tailored suit, bowler hat perched precisely on his head. "Mr. Morgan," Fitzgerald called, quickening his pace. "What fortunate timing. I was just concluding some business with Mr. Collins." Arthur reined his horse around. "Thought you'd be halfway across the state by now, selling your wares." "Indeed, that was the plan," Fitzgerald agreed with a wide smile. "But after our fence-building adventure, I found myself with several eager customers right here. It seems working alongside potential clients creates a bond that mere salesmanship cannot." "So you sold Collins some farming equipment?" "A most innovative mechanical hay baler, in fact," Fitzgerald confirmed, pride evident in his voice. "And Mr. McFarlane has expressed interest in our new seed drills. It appears fence mending is good for business as well as community relations." Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at the man's irrepressible enthusiasm. "Glad it worked out for you." "More than worked out, Mr. Morgan. It was revelatory." Fitzgerald's expression turned more thoughtful. "In all my years of sales, I've approached ranchers as targets to be convinced, customers to be won over. Never before had I stood shoulder to shoulder with them in meaningful labor. The perspective it offers is illuminating." Arthur recognized something in the salesman's words that echoed his own recent reflections. "Changes how you see people, working beside them." "Precisely," Fitzgerald beamed, clearly pleased to be understood. "Which brings me to a proposal. I'm establishing a more permanent circuit through this region, focusing on building lasting relationships rather than quick sales. I find myself in need of someone who understands both the land and its people, someone who could help navigate the complexities of frontier commerce." Arthur's brow furrowed as he realized where this was leading. "You offering me a job, Mr. Fitzgerald?" "An opportunity," the salesman corrected smoothly. "To travel with purpose, to help bring useful innovations to hard-working people. To build rather than, well, whatever it is you currently do that puts that haunted look in your eyes. The offer caught Arthur entirely by surprise. First Collins with his ranch position, and now Fitzgerald with this unexpected proposal. It was as if the universe were suddenly presenting alternatives to the path he'd long assumed was his only option. "Appreciate the thought," Arthur said finally, "but like I told Collins, got some matters that need settling first." Fitzgerald nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the response. Of course, but should circumstances change..." He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a business card, which he handed up to Arthur. "I can be reached through any telegraph office. Just have them send word to the addresses listed." Arthur tucked the card into his satchel, more out of politeness than any expectation he would use it. Yet he couldn't deny a certain appeal to the idea. Traveling with legitimate purpose, helping to bring useful tools to ranches and farms, being seen as something other than an outlaw or hired gun. "Safe travels, Mr. Fitzgerald," he said, tipping his hat. "And to you, Mr. Morgan," the salesman replied. "May you find whatever it is you're seeking." As Arthur rode away from Emerald Ranch, he found his thoughts unusually jumbled. The fence line receded behind him, but its symbolism followed. That simple boundary between civilization and wilderness now represented something more in his mind, a dividing line between the life he'd known and possibilities he'd never seriously considered. Dutch would be waiting back at camp, undoubtedly with more plans, more promises of the big score that would finally set them all free. Yet increasingly, Arthur wondered if freedom might look different than Dutch's grand vision, if it might be found not in some imagined paradise, but in the simple dignity of building something worthwhile. The weight of the business card in his satchel and Colin's standing offer lingered in his consciousness as he urged his horse toward Clements Point. Not immediate options perhaps, but seeds planted that might someday grow into alternatives when Dutch's path finally became untenable. 3 months later, much had changed. The gang's situation had deteriorated dramatically following the disaster in Saint Denis. Gualma's horrors were still fresh in Arthur's mind, and the diagnosis from the doctor in Saint Denis hung over him like a death sentence. Tuberculosis, with no cure and little time remaining. Yet even as his body weakened, Arthur's resolve strengthened. Dutch descent into paranoia and cruelty had accelerated, the gap between his lofty rhetoric and his actions widening into an unbridgeable chasm. The leader Arthur had followed for 20 years seemed to be vanishing before his eyes, replaced by a dangerous stranger wearing Dutch's face. It was this realization, more than his own mortality, that drove Arthur to seek out John Marston one evening in the temporary camp they'd established in Beaver Hollow. "Need to talk," Arthur said quietly, finding John sitting alone at the edge of camp, cleaning his revolver with mechanical precision. John glanced up, noting the seriousness in Arthur's demeanor. "What's on your mind? You remember that fence we helped build at Emerald Ranch, months back, before everything went to hell?" The seemingly random question drew a perplexed look from John. "Sure. What about it?" Arthur settled himself on a fallen log, taking a moment to suppress the cough that increasingly plagued him. "Been thinking about fences lately. About boundaries. Arthur, you feeling all right? You're talking strange." "I'm dying, John," Arthur stated flatly. "Doc in St. Denis confirmed it. Tuberculosis. Got a month, maybe 2 if I'm lucky." The blunt announcement silenced whatever quip John had been preparing. He stared at Arthur, shock and denial warring in his expression. There must be something." "There ain't," Arthur cut him off, "which is why I need you to listen carefully. I've been putting money aside. My share from jobs, plus extra I've collected doing odd work. It's not a fortune, but it's enough to start fresh somewhere. Arthur, it's not for me, Arthur continued, ignoring the interruption. It's for you, Abigail, and Jack. Dutch is losing his grip, John. Man we followed all these years is disappearing, and what's replacing him won't hesitate to sacrifice any of us if it serves his purpose. John's expression hardened. I've noticed. Then you know what needs doing. When the moment comes, and it will come soon, you need to take your family and go. Build something real, something that lasts. Like that fence. That's why you brought it up, the fence? Arthur nodded, suppressing another cough. Keep thinking about what Walsh said that day. About the difference between fences that protect what's valuable and fences that just pen you in. Dutch's loyalty, his rules, his plans. They used to protect us. Now they're just keeping us trapped while everything burns down around us. John was silent for a long moment, processing Arthur's words. Finally, he asked, "Where would we even go?" "I've been thinking on that too," Arthur replied, reaching into his satchel to retrieve a worn business card and a folded letter. "Remember Collins, the ranch owner? He made me an offer back then, said there'd always be work for someone who knew their business. You think he'd take me instead?" "I wrote to him," Arthur confirmed, handing over the letter. "Explained the situation, asked if the offer might extend to a friend with a family looking for a fresh start. That's his response." John unfolded the letter, reading quickly. His eyebrows rose as he absorbed the contents. He's offering a position, just like that, to someone he's never met. "Says he trusts my judgment," Arthur explained, "and he remembers you from the fence mending. Says any man willing to work that hard in the heat deserves consideration." The possibility seemed to momentarily overwhelm John. He refolded the letter carefully. "I don't know, Arthur. Ranching, me, better than running forever. Better than watching Jack grow up in a gang that's falling apart. Better than..." Arthur didn't need to finish the thought. The specter of Dutch's increasing instability hung between them. "And there's something else," Arthur added, producing Fitzgerald's business card. "The salesman, remember him? He's established a regular circuit through that region now. Stops at Emerald Ranch every month or so. If ranching doesn't suit, might be he'd still consider taking on a partner who knows the territory." John stared at the items in his hands. Tangible connections to possibilities beyond the increasingly desperate existence Dutch offered. "Why are you doing this, Arthur? After everything?" Arthur knew what John meant. The years of tension between them, Arthur's anger over John's temporary abandonment of his family, the complicated brotherhood that had often felt more like rivalry. "Because we built something that day, John. All of us together. Something that still stands." Arthur gazed out into the darkness surrounding their camp. "Most of what I've done in this life won't leave anything worth remembering. But that fence, people working together across their differences, building something useful, that meant something." He turned back to John, his expression intense despite his weakened state. "You've got a chance to build something that lasts, a life for your family. Don't waste it chasing Dutch's fading dreams." John tucked the letter and card into his own satchel, his movements deliberate. "What about the others? Sadie? Charles?" "Already spoken to them," Arthur assured him. "Sadie's making her own plans. Charles, too. They understand what's coming." "And Dutch, Micah?" Arthur's expression hardened. "They've made their choices. We need to make ours." The two men sat in silence for a while, the weight of decisions yet to be made hanging in the air between them. Finally, John spoke, his voice unusually vulnerable. I'm not sure I know how to be anything but this, Arthur. An outlaw, a runner. I've seen you learn plenty over the years, Arthur replied. You learned to be a husband to Abigail, a father to Jack, even when it didn't come natural. You can learn to build fences instead of breaking through them. A ghost of a smile touched John's lips. When did you get so philosophical? When I realized my time was running out, Arthur answered honestly. Makes a man think about what's worth leaving behind. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Bill Williamson coming to inform them that Dutch wanted everyone gathered for a discussion of their next move. The moment of candor passed, reality reasserting itself once more. As they rose to rejoin the others, Arthur placed a hand on John's shoulder. Think about what I said. When the moment comes, be ready to ride. And don't look back. 2 weeks later, Arthur Morgan stood on a mountainside at dawn, watching the sunrise he'd never expected to see. The final confrontation with Micah and Dutch had left him battered beyond recovery, the tuberculosis stealing what little strength remained. Yet he'd accomplished what mattered most, ensuring John's escape with the money and documents he would need to start anew. As he struggled to draw breath into failing lungs, Arthur found his thoughts returning to Emerald Ranch and the fence they'd built together. It seemed so long ago now, that day of honest labor under the summer sun. A different life, almost. A glimpse of what might have been in different circumstances. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd spent decades breaking into places, tearing down the boundaries others established, taking what wasn't his to take. Yet one of his final meaningful acts had been ensuring John could escape the life Arthur had helped bring him into, helping him cross a fence, in a sense, into a different kind of existence. As consciousness began to fade, Arthur thought he could almost hear the rhythmic sound of hammers on fence posts, feel the satisfaction of creating something meant to endure. The fence at Emerald Ranch would still be standing long after Arthur Morgan was gone. A small legacy, perhaps, but one untainted by the violence and theft that had characterized so much of his life. His last thought, as darkness claimed him, was a simple hope that John would remember the lesson of the fence, that boundaries could protect what was valuable, that broken things could be mended, that people might come together across their differences to build something worthwhile. 4 years later, John Marston wiped sweat from his brow as he hammered the final nail into place, securing the new fence post with practiced efficiency. Beecher's hope was slowly taking shape around him, the house nearly complete, the barn functional if not yet fully finished, and now the perimeter fence, extending to enclose what would someday be productive grazing land. "Looks good," came a familiar voice behind him. John turned to see Charles Smith approaching, carrying additional wire for the next section. The years had been relatively kind to Charles, a few more scars perhaps, but the same steady strength and quiet dignity John remembered. "Learning as I go," John admitted, stepping back to assess his work. "Still don't feel natural, building instead of breaking." Charles smiled slightly. "You're doing better than you think." Arthur would be proud. The mention of Arthur brought the familiar complex mix of emotions it always did: grief, gratitude, and a persistent sense of obligation to make his second chance count. "Been thinking about him today," John acknowledged. "About that fence we helped build at Emerald Ranch years back. Remember that?" Charles nodded, his expression softening with recollection. "Good day's work. One of the few times I felt part of something, straightforward and worthwhile in those years. Been trying to remember how they reinforced those corner posts," John explained. gesturing toward where his own fence line made a sharp turn. Had some special bracing that Walsh fellow showed us. Diagonal supports set at about 45 degrees, Charles recalled, demonstrating with his hands. Distributed the tension more evenly. John snapped his fingers. That's it. Knew there was a trick to it. They worked together for the next hour, implementing the reinforcement technique along the corner sections of John's new fence. The labor was hard but satisfying, each completed section representing another step toward stability and legitimacy. "Uncle's looking for you," Abigail called from the direction of the house. "Says there's someone here to see you." John and Charles exchanged curious glances before setting down their tools and making their way toward the main building. As they approached, John recognized a well-dressed figure chatting animatedly with Uncle on the porch. A familiar bowler hat atop a now slightly grayer head. "Mr. Marston," Harmon Fitzgerald exclaimed, extending his hand in greeting. "Finally tracked you down. When I stopped at Emerald Ranch last month, Collins mentioned you'd purchased property in these parts." John shook the salesman's hand, genuinely surprised by the appearance of this figure from his past. "Mr. Fitzgerald, didn't expect to see you again." "The world is full of unexpected reunions," Fitzgerald replied cheerfully. "And when I heard you were establishing a ranch of your own, well, I simply had to pay a visit. Professional interest, you understand." "Selling farm equipment still?" John asked. "Indeed, though my territory has expanded considerably." Fitzgerald gestured toward a modern automobile park nearby, a stark contrast to the horses and wagons that had been their transportation when last they met. "The company has thrived these past years. Modernization waits for no man, as they say." John introduced Charles and Abigail, who joined them on the porch. Pleasantries were exchanged, with Fitzgerald proving as charming and loquacious as John remembered. "I must say," the salesman observed, gazing out at the developing ranch, "you've accomplished much in a short time. Building something substantial here." "Trying to," John acknowledged, "still figuring out most of it as I go." Fitzgerald turned back to him, his expression becoming more serious. "I was sorry to hear about Arthur Morgan. Collins told me what happened, or at least, what you told Collins. A brave man by all accounts." A moment of silence followed, respect for the absent friend whose actions had made this new beginning possible. "Was the best of us," Charles said simply. "Which brings me in a roundabout way to my purpose here," Fitzgerald continued. "Before he, passed, Arthur apparently shared my business card with you. Collins mentioned you'd inquired about my whereabouts some time back." John nodded. "Was keeping my options open, wasn't sure ranching would work out." "And has it worked out?" John glanced at Abigail, finding her smile of encouragement. "Getting there. Still learning, but feels right." "Excellent. Then perhaps you might consider my proposal as complementary rather than alternative." Fitzgerald rubbed his hands together eagerly. "You see, my business requires local connections, people who understand the specific needs of ranchers in different regions. Someone established, respected, who can advise on which innovations might truly benefit their neighbors." John raised an eyebrow. "You offering me a job? A partnership of sorts?" Fitzgerald clarified. "You maintain your ranch, your primary concern, naturally, but also serve as local representative for Harrington Manufacturing. Commission on sales, of course, plus first access to new equipment for your own operation." The offer was unexpected, yet oddly fitting. A connection back to that day of fence mending that had planted the first seeds of a different life in John's mind. "Don't know the first thing about selling," John admitted. Fitzgerald waved away the concern. "You know ranching, Mr. Marston. You know what works and what doesn't. The selling part is secondary to genuine understanding of the customer's needs. John looked to Abigail, silently seeking her opinion. She gave a small nod, encouraging him to consider it. "Why don't we discuss details over dinner?" she suggested. "Charles just brought back a fine deer, and there's plenty for everyone." The evening that followed had an almost surreal quality for John, sitting around his own table in a house he'd helped build, discussing legitimate business with a man he'd met years ago during what now seemed like a different lifetime. Charles, Uncle, and Abigail contributed to the lively conversation, while young Jack listened with fascination to Fitzgerald's tales of technological marvels emerging in the eastern cities. Later, after their guest had been shown to the spare room and the household had settled for the night, John found himself standing on the porch, gazing out at the fence lines silhouetted against the moonlit landscape. Abigail joined him, slipping her arm through his. "Penny for your thoughts, Mr. Marston." John smiled, drawing her closer. "Just thinking about fences. And Arthur." "You miss him," she observed softly. "Every day," John confirmed. "Especially when something good happens. Buying this place, finishing the house, seeing Jack reading his books. Things he helped make possible, but never got to see." Abigail rested her head against his shoulder. "He'd be proud of what you've built here, what we've all built together." John nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "Remember what that old ranch hand Walsh said? About the difference between fences that protect what's valuable and fences that just pen you in?" "I do," Abigail confirmed. "You mentioned it when you were deciding whether to take Colin's offer or go out on our own." "Been building protective ones ever since," John observed, gesturing toward their property boundary. "Setting boundaries that keep our family safe without keeping us trapped. Think Arthur would appreciate the difference." They stood together in companionable silence, surveying what they'd created. Not just the physical structures of house and barn and fence, but the life they'd established within those boundaries. It wasn't perfect or always easy, but it was honest, legitimate, built with their own hands rather than taken from others. In the morning, John would show Fitzgerald around the property, discuss the potential partnership, continue the process of integrating his past with his present. For now, though, he was content to stand with Abigail, remembering a day of fence mending years ago that had planted the seeds for everything that followed. Somewhere, John liked to think, Arthur Morgan was watching, perhaps with that rare, genuine smile he'd shown when witnessing something truly worthwhile. The fence at Emerald Ranch still stood, according to Collins, a testament to work well done. And here at Beecher's Hope, new fences extended that legacy, boundaries that protected rather than confined, that defined a home rather than a prison. As John and Abigail finally turned to enter their house, the moonlight caught the fresh-cut lumber of the newest fence section, the pale wood almost luminous against the darkness. It would weather with time, darkening and strengthening as it became a permanent part of the landscape, much as they themselves had weathered, moving from the desperate uncertainty of their outlaw years to the hard-earned stability of their present life. The broken fence at Emerald Ranch had been mended long ago. Now other things had been mended too. Family bonds, honest livelihoods, the possibility of a future unbound by the mistakes of the past. Not perfect, not complete, but steadily taking shape with each post set firmly in the ground of their new beginning. From certain angles, in particular light, John sometimes thought he could see Arthur's influence in the shape of things, in the angle of a brace, the tension of a wire, the boundary between what was valuable and what was left behind. A legacy more enduring than violence or theft could ever be. The knowledge that broken things could be mended, that new boundaries could be established. that a life worth living could be built with patience, persistence, and honest labor. The fence stood, strong and purposeful, against the endless prairie sky, and within its boundaries, so did they. As John Marston stood on the porch of Beecher's Hope, watching the sunrise cast golden light across his property, his eyes were drawn to movement along the western fence line. A small herd of wild horses had gathered just beyond his boundary, their coats gleaming in the morning light. Among them stood a magnificent buckskin Mustang, its golden coat almost luminous against the backdrop of the plains. John sipped his coffee, admiring the creature's proud bearing. The Mustang seemed to sense his attention, raising its head to stare directly at him across the distance. Something in that defiant gaze reminded John of himself years ago. Wild, untamed, resistant to boundaries of any kind. "Beautiful animal," came Charles's voice as he joined John on the porch. "That buckskin's something special," John agreed, nodding toward the standout horse. Charles studied the Mustang with appreciation. Runt could use another good horse, especially with the extra work from Fitzgerald's proposal. John considered this. His partnership with the traveling salesman was bringing in additional income, but also meant more travel between neighboring ranches. A strong, fast horse would certainly be useful. "Been a while since I broke a wild one," John mused, memories stirring of his younger days, when taming horses for the gang had been one of his few, uncomplicated pleasures. "Some skills you don't forget," Charles observed with a small smile, echoing words that had been spoken years ago at Emerald Ranch about fence mending. John set down his empty coffee cup. Decision made. "Think I'll try for that buckskin. Remind myself of who I used to be, and how far I've come." As he stepped off the porch to prepare his lasso and saddle, John couldn't help but reflect on the symmetry. The fences he'd helped mend and later built had given structure and safety to his new life. Now, bringing a wild Mustang within those boundaries represented another kind of taming. Not a breaking of spirit, but a channeling of wild energy toward productive purpose. In many ways, it was the story of his own transformation, from lawless outlaw to rancher and family man. The buckskin Mustang, powerful and untamed, would soon learn what John had, that the right kinds of boundaries didn't diminish freedom, but gave it meaning. With that thought, John headed toward the corral to prepare for the challenge ahead. The wild Mustang, watching from beyond the fence lines, seemed to sense what was coming, tossing its head in a gesture that was part challenge, part invitation. Some bonds, like some fences, were meant to be formed rather than broken. Arthur Morgan leaned against the weathered fence post, his eyes fixed on the distant hills where the first light of dawn was beginning to spill over the horizon. The morning air carried a crisp chill that would burn away once the sun climbed higher, but for now it kept him alert, senses sharpened by the cold. He took a long sip from his steaming coffee, the bitter warmth spreading through his chest as he scanned the rolling grasslands stretching out before Horseshoe Overlook. That's when he saw it again, a flash of movement against the golden landscape, a wild Mustang, coat gleaming like burnished copper in the early light, moving with a grace that spoke of untamed freedom. For 3 mornings now, Arthur had spotted the stallion grazing at the edges of the same meadow, always keeping a cautious distance from the camp. "There you are," he murmured, setting his tin cup on the fence post. "Bold as brass, but smart enough to keep your distance." Arthur had seen plenty of wild horses in his time, had broken more than he could count, but something about this Mustang captivated him. Perhaps it was the way the animal carried itself, head high, movements deliberate, radiating a fierce independence that Arthur couldn't help but admire. In a world where he often felt the noose of civilization tightening around his own neck, the sight of something so purely free stirred something within him. "You're up early?" Charles Smith's voice came from behind him, the quiet hunter moving with his characteristic silence even in the stillness of dawn. Arthur didn't turn, keeping his eyes on the distant Mustang. "Been watching that stallion out there. Shows up same time every morning, just out of reach." Charles joined him at the fence, following Arthur's gaze to where the copper-colored horse was now grazing, occasionally raising its head to survey its surroundings with alert caution. "Fine animal," Charles observed. "Strong legs, good chest, would make a worthy mount." "Was thinking the same," Arthur admitted. "Figured I might try to bring him in. Camp could use another good horse." Charles studied the animal thoughtfully. "Won't be easy. That's not just any Mustang. Looks like one of those Mustangs that roam near the Dakota River. Wary and wild, harder to break than most." "Good thing I like a challenge then," Arthur replied with a slight smile. "You planning to use your usual approach?" Charles asked, a hint of disapproval in his tone. "Run him down, lasso him, force him to submit?" Arthur glanced at his friend, noting the careful neutrality in Charles's expression. "Something tells me you don't think much of that method." "It works," Charles acknowledged with a shrug. "But there are other ways. Ways that build trust instead of enforcing dominance." He paused, considering Arthur with that penetrating gaze that always made Arthur feel as though Charles was seeing more than most. "My mother's people have different ways with horses, gentler ways." "Your mother's people?" "The Lakota," Charles clarified. "They believe horses are sacred beings, not just tools or possessions. Breaking a horse like that," he nodded toward the Mustang, "it's not about breaking his spirit, but about earning the right to ride together." Arthur considered this, watching as the Mustang raised its head again, ears pricked forward in alert wariness. "Sounds poetic, but I'm not sure I have time for poetry. Dutch keeps us moving too much." "Might be worth the time," Charles suggested. "A horse broken properly becomes a true partner, not just a mount, especially a spirited one like that." Before Arthur could respond, the distant figure of John Marston emerged from the trees, making his way toward the coffee pot, with the grumbling demeanor of a man who'd prefer to be still sleeping. The Mustang, spotting the movement, tossed its head and backed away several paces before turning and disappearing over a distant rise. "There he goes," Arthur sighed, "spooked by Marston's ugly face most likely." "What'd I do now?" John grumbled, pouring himself coffee. "Nothing," Arthur replied, "just scaring away wildlife by existing." Charles pushed away from the fence. "I'm heading out to hunt. Think about what I said, Arthur. That Mustang will be back tomorrow." Arthur nodded, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the horse had vanished. "Yeah, I just might." Throughout the day, as Arthur rode Old Boy on errands for Dutch, collecting debts for Strauss and hunting for the camp's cookpot, his mind kept returning to the Mustang. Charles's words about the Lakota way had planted a seed of curiosity. Arthur had always prided himself on his horsemanship, but he'd learned from rough men who valued results over method. Breaking a horse was often just that, breaking its resistance through force of will and strength. That evening, he found Charles sitting apart from the others, meticulously working on his bow, checking the string tension and oiling the wood to protect it from the elements. "The offer still stand?" Arthur asked, settling beside him. "About showing me a different way with horses?" Charles glanced up, the ghost of a smile touching his normally solemn features. "You want to try the Lakota way?" "I'm curious," Arthur admitted. Been breaking horses the same way for 20 years. Maybe an old dog can learn new tricks. Charles set his bow aside. It will take time, patience, and you'll need to build a proper corral away from camp where it's quiet, a place where you can work without distractions. I know a spot, Arthur said, thinking of a small meadow he'd noticed not far from camp, sheltered by trees but with enough open space for a decent-sized corral. Could start building tomorrow. I'll help, Charles offered, and then I'll show you how to approach him, not with a rope first, but with respect. The next morning, before most of the camp had stirred, Arthur and Charles rode out to the spot Arthur had mentioned. It was perfect. A gentle clearing ringed by oak trees, with lush grass and a small stream running along one edge, far enough from camp to be peaceful, but close enough to check on regularly. They worked through the morning, cutting timber and setting posts for a sturdy corral. Charles showed Arthur how to build a gate that could be operated easily from both inside and out. In case you need to make a quick exit, he explained with rare humor. By midday, the basic structure was complete. They would need another day to finish the corral properly, but the framework stood strong against the rolling hills beyond. Good work, Charles said, surveying their progress. Now comes the harder part. Tomorrow, we'll begin with the Mustang. What's the plan? Arthur asked, wiping sweat from his brow. First, we watch, Charles replied simply. Learn his patterns, understand his nature. Every horse is different. Some are naturally curious, others fearful. Some lead, others follow. Before you can build trust, you must understand who you're dealing with. The next morning, Arthur returned to his spot by the fence at dawn, coffee in hand. Charles joined him silently, and together they watched as the copper Mustang appeared once more, moving cautiously through the tall grass at the meadow's edge. Notice how he tests the air, Charles murmured, nodding toward the horse as it raised its head, nostrils flaring, always aware of his surroundings, not just running on instinct but thinking, evaluating. Arthur observed the Mustang with new eyes, noting the details Charles pointed out, how the horse established a territory, its grazing patterns, the way it responded to sounds from the camp. He's smart, Arthur acknowledged. Keeps his distance but comes back to the same spot. Curious enough to approach, cautious enough to stay safe. And strong-willed, Charles added. See how he holds himself? That's a horse that won't be broken by force alone. You might get him under saddle that way, but you'll never have his trust. After the Mustang departed, they finished the corral, adding a small shelter in one corner where Arthur could store tack and supplies. Charles helped him gather appropriate feed, fresh hay, oats, and a few apples. Now we need to get him interested, Charles explained. Not trapped, not chased, but drawn in by his own curiosity. Over the next few days, Arthur established a routine. Each morning he would leave fresh feed in the meadow where the Mustang grazed, gradually placing it closer to the corral. Charles had instructed him to stay downwind and out of sight at first, letting the horse become accustomed to finding the food without associating it with human presence. By the fourth day, the Mustang had grown bold enough to approach while Arthur was still setting out the feed, though it kept a distance of at least 50 yards, watching with wary interest. That's progress, Charles commented when Arthur reported back. Now comes the challenging part. You need to let him see you, but without making him feel threatened. Just exist in the same space, without demanding anything. Just sit there and do nothing? Arthur asked skeptically. Hardest thing for a man like you, Charles replied with a knowing look. Being still, being patient. But that's how you earn trust, by showing you're not a threat. The next morning, Arthur placed the feed as usual, then settled on a stump about 30 yards away, deliberately keeping his movements slow and his posture relaxed. He'd left his guns back at camp, at Charles's suggestion, carrying only a hunting knife for basic necessity. The Mustang appeared at the usual time, approaching the feed with increased familiarity but freezing upon spotting Arthur. Man and horse regarded each other across the meadow, the Mustang with nostrils flared and muscles tensed for flight, Arthur forcing himself to remain motionless. After what seemed an eternity, the Mustang snorted and pawed the ground, then, surprising Arthur, took a few tentative steps toward the feed. It kept its eyes fixed on the human intruder, ready to bolt at the slightest provocation, but hunger and growing familiarity overcame caution enough for it to begin grazing, though it remained alert. Arthur sat in silence for nearly an hour, barely shifting position, simply observing the magnificent animal. The Mustang's coat caught the morning light, revealing subtle variations in color, primarily a rich chestnut with copper highlights, with one white sock on its right foreleg and a small white star between its eyes. When the horse finally retreated, Arthur returned to camp with an unexpected sense of accomplishment, despite having done seemingly little. "You look pleased with yourself," Hosea Matthews observed as Arthur helped himself to coffee from the main campfire. "Just had a good morning," Arthur replied. "Wouldn't have anything to do with that wild horse Charles mentioned, would it?" Hosea asked with a knowing smile. "He tells me you're trying a new approach." Arthur shrugged. "Figured I'd see if there's something to his methods." "Smart," Hosea nodded approvingly. "Charles knows what he's talking about when it comes to horses, though I must say, I'm surprised to see you taking the slow path on anything. Maybe I'm finally learning some patience in my old age," Arthur replied dryly. "Well, now I've heard everything," Hosea chuckled. "Dutch. Arthur claims he's learning patience. The apocalypse must be upon us." Dutch emerged from his tent, cigar in hand. "Arthur Morgan, patient? Now, that I'd like to see." "It's just a horse," Arthur muttered, suddenly uncomfortable with the attention. "It's never just a horse," Hosea said more seriously. "Best partners I've ever had rode on 4 legs. A good horse, properly bonded. That's something special." He patted Arthur's shoulder. "Take your time with this one. Some things can't be rushed, no matter what Dutch might say about our pressing schedule." Dutch raised an eyebrow, but didn't contradict the older outlaw. "Just don't forget your responsibilities to the camp, Arthur." "Never do," Arthur assured him, though he felt a tug between his obligations to the gang and the growing sense of purpose he felt with the Mustang project. Young Jack Marston had overheard the conversation and approached Arthur with wide-eyed excitement. "Uncle Arthur, are you taming a wild horse? Can I see?" Arthur smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. "Not taming yet, just making friends. And sure, you can come watch sometime, if your mama says it's all right." "Really?" Jack's face lit up. "Pa says breaking horses is dangerous, says you have to be real tough." "Your pa's got his ways, I got mine," Arthur replied, ruffling the boy's hair. "Sometimes being gentle gets you further than being tough." Jack looked skeptical. "That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Uncle Arthur." Arthur laughed. "Maybe I'm full of surprises, kid." The next day, with Abigail's permission, Arthur took Jack along to the corral. The boy watched with rapt attention as Arthur explained what he'd learned from Charles. "The trick is to let him come to us," Arthur told Jack as they set out the feed. "Can't chase a horse like that, he's too smart, too proud." "Like you?" Jack asked innocently. Arthur chuckled. "Maybe so, never thought about it that way." They retreated to a safe distance, and Arthur was pleasantly surprised when the Mustang appeared, despite Jack's presence. The boy remained admirably still and quiet as the horse cautiously approached the feed. "He's beautiful," Jack whispered. "What are you going to name him?" "Haven't caught him yet," Arthur reminded the boy, "but I've been thinking. Copper, maybe, for his color." Jack nodded approvingly. "I like that. Do you think he'll let you ride him?" "Eventually," Arthur said. "If I earn his trust." "How do you do that?" Arthur considered the question, finding himself echoing Charles's wisdom. "By showing him I'm not a threat, that I respect him. It's like making friends with people. Can't force it, gotta let it happen, natural like." Jack seemed to absorb this idea, watching the Mustang with newfound appreciation. "Maybe I can help sometimes." "Sure," Arthur agreed. "Animals often trust children more readily than grown folks. They sense your innocence." When they returned to camp, Jack immediately ran to his mother, excitedly recounting everything he'd learned. Abigail caught Arthur's eye over her son's head and mouthed a silent thank you. Arthur tipped his hat in acknowledgement, realizing that the Mustang project was becoming about more than just acquiring another horse. It was becoming a chance to share something worthwhile with the boy, a kind of knowledge different from the outlaw skills that dominated camp life. Over the next several days, Arthur continued his routine, gradually decreasing the distance between himself and the feeding spot. The Mustang grew increasingly comfortable with his presence, though it remained vigilant and would back away if Arthur made any sudden movements. "You're making progress," Charles observed when he accompanied Arthur one morning. "He's starting to recognize you, to see you as a constant rather than a threat. Still won't let me get within 20 feet, Arthur noted. "Patience," Charles reminded him. "Next step is to get him used to your voice. Talk to him, not loud, just conversational. Let him associate your sound with calm, with safety." Arthur felt self-conscious at first, speaking aloud to a horse that kept its distance, but he followed Charles's advice. He found himself telling the Mustang about camp life, about the gang's recent activities, even reading aloud from his journal when he ran out of conversation topics. To his surprise, the Mustang seemed to respond to his voice, ears flicking forward with interest when he spoke, head tilting slightly as if considering his words. By the end of the week, he could approach within 15 feet before the horse would back away. One morning, Arthur arrived to find the Mustang already waiting near the usual feeding spot. This departure from routine startled him, but he maintained his calm, measured movements as he set out the feed. "Well, good morning to you too," he said quietly. "Getting impatient for breakfast, are we?" The horse watched him intently, and Arthur noticed it was standing closer than ever before. Taking a chance, he slowly reached into his satchel and produced an apple, holding it out in his open palm. "Got something special today," he continued in that same conversational tone. "Sweet as summer, if you're interested." The Mustang's nostrils flared, catching the apple's scent. It took a tentative step forward, then another. Arthur remained absolutely still, hardly daring to breathe as the magnificent animal approached. When it was just beyond arm's reach, the horse stopped, clearly conflicted between desire and caution. Arthur didn't move, didn't push. He simply waited, hand extended, allowing the Mustang to make its own choice. Another step. The horse stretched its neck, nostrils working as it sniffed at the offered treat. Finally, with delicate precision, it took the apple from Arthur's palm, lips brushing against his skin in a moment of connection that sent an unexpected thrill through him. "That's it," Arthur murmured, fighting the urge to reach for the animal. "Good boy." The Mustang retreated a few paces to eat the apple, but didn't flee entirely, a significant change from its earlier behavior. Arthur smiled to himself, feeling a sense of accomplishment more profound than he'd anticipated. When he returned to camp, he found Charles preparing for a hunting trip. "The Mustang took an apple from my hand today," Arthur told him, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. Charles nodded approvingly. First real contact. Important milestone. He paused in his preparations. From here, progress might come faster. "He's deciding you're trustworthy. What's next?" "Touch," Charles said simply. "Let him get used to your hand on his neck, his shoulder. No sudden movements, no grabbing. Just contact that he can accept or move away from as he chooses." "And after that?" Arthur asked. "The corral," Charles replied. "Once he accepts your touch freely, you can lead him toward it, not with force, but with trust." Arthur found himself looking forward to his morning sessions with the Mustang with an eagerness that surprised him. There was something deeply satisfying about the slow building of trust, so different from his usual activities with the gang, where results came through intimidation or the threat of violence. Over the next few days, he progressed to touching the Mustang briefly, just a light contact on the neck at first, which caused the horse to start but not flee. Gradually, the animal accepted longer contact, even seeming to enjoy when Arthur found the right spot to scratch under its mane. Jack continued to join him occasionally, watching with fascination as the relationship between man and horse developed. The boy showed remarkable patience for his age, following Arthur's instructions to move slowly and speak softly when near the Mustang. "He likes you," Jack observed one morning as the Mustang allowed Arthur to stroke its neck for several minutes. "He doesn't back away anymore." "We're getting there," Arthur agreed. "Takes time to build trust." "Is it like that with people too?" Jack asked thoughtfully. Arthur considered the question, struck by its insight. "I suppose it is. Can't force somebody to trust you. Gotta earn it day by day." "That's why everybody trusts you," Jack said with childlike certainty. "Even when you're grumpy." Arthur chuckled, touched by the boy's perception. "I don't know about everybody, but I appreciate the vote of confidence." The morning came when Arthur decided it was time to try leading the Mustang to the corral. He'd prepared a length of rope fashioned into a simple halter, as Charles had shown him, not to catch or restrain the horse, but to guide it if it proved willing. He approached the Mustang with the rope draped over his arm, speaking softly as always. The horse regarded the new object with suspicion, backing away slightly. "It's all right," Arthur soothed. "Nothing to worry about. Just something to help us understand each other better." He didn't attempt to place the halter immediately, instead letting the horse sniff the rope, get accustomed to its presence. Only when the Mustang seemed comfortable did he slowly raise the halter, telegraphing his movements clearly. To his satisfaction, the horse allowed him to slip the rope over its head, though it tossed its head nervously once the unfamiliar weight settled on its neck. Arthur kept his touch gentle, stroking the animal's neck and speaking continuously in low, reassuring tones. "That's it, nothing to fear. We're just going for a little walk, you and me." He applied the gentlest pressure to the lead rope, encouraging rather than forcing the Mustang to follow. After initial resistance, the horse took a tentative step forward, then another. Arthur led it slowly toward the corral, allowing the animal to stop and look around whenever it showed signs of nervousness. The journey of a few hundred yards took nearly half an hour, but eventually they reached the corral gate. Here came the critical moment. Would the Mustang balk at entering the enclosed space? Arthur had deliberately built the corral larger than necessary, ensuring it didn't feel too constrictive, and had stocked it with fresh water and ample feed. The horse hesitated at the threshold, clearly sensing the change in its circumstances that entering would bring. Arthur waited patiently, not pulling on the lead, simply standing in the gateway and offering an apple from his free hand. After what seemed an eternity, curiosity and growing trust overcame caution, and the Mustang stepped into the corral. Arthur rewarded it immediately with the apple and more gentle praise, then slowly closed the gate behind them. He removed the halter immediately, allowing the horse to explore its new surroundings freely while he settled on a stool in the corner, deliberately non-threatening. The Mustang trotted around the perimeter of the corral, testing its boundaries, but showed no panic or distress. It occasionally glanced at Arthur as if confirming he remained in his place, but primarily focused on investigating the feed, water, and shelter. Arthur remained in the corral for hours, simply existing in the space with the horse, occasionally speaking but making no demands. By late afternoon, the Mustang had relaxed enough to graze calmly, seemingly accepting its new temporary home. When Arthur finally left, closing the gate securely behind him, he felt a mixture of satisfaction and concern. The corral phase represented a significant shift in his relationship with the Mustang. No longer would their interactions be entirely on the horse's terms. Now came the more traditional aspects of breaking, though Arthur was determined to continue with Charles's more gentle methods. Charles visited the corral the next day, observing the Mustang's behavior with approval. He's calm, not resigned but accepting. That's good. What's next? Arthur asked. Touch becomes more deliberate, Charles explained. You need him comfortable with your hands, all over his back, his legs, his face. He needs to accept the weight of a saddle blanket, then a saddle. The bit will be challenging. Most resist that strongly. How long do you reckon? Charles shrugged. Depends on the horse. Could be days, could be weeks. This one's smart but proud. Won't submit easily. No rush, Arthur decided, surprising himself with his own patience. Over the following days, Arthur spent hours in the corral, gradually increasing physical contact with the Mustang. He introduced a brush, showing the horse how the grooming could be pleasurable. He draped a blanket over its back for short periods, removed it, then replaced it, all while maintaining a soothing dialogue. The Mustang, Arthur had begun calling him Copper despite his earlier reservations about naming the unclaimed horse, showed varying degrees of acceptance. Some days brought clear progress, with the horse allowing new liberties without protest. Other days it seemed to regress, shying away from touches it had previously accepted. It's like he's testing me, Arthur commented to Charles after a particularly challenging session, seeing if I'll force the issue when he refuses. That's exactly what he's doing, Charles confirmed, testing your resolve, your patience. Horses aren't so different from people that way. They push boundaries to see where they stand. So I just keep trying. Even when he resists, you keep offering, Charles clarified. There's a difference. You don't demand or force, but you don't give up either. You show him, day after day, that you're reliable, consistent. That builds trust more than anything else. When the time came to introduce the saddle, Arthur proceeded with extra caution. He spent a day just letting Copper sniff and investigate the tack, becoming familiar with its smell and appearance, before Arthur attempted to place it on his back. The first attempt met with immediate rejection. The horse sidestepped nervously, circling away whenever Arthur approached with the saddle. Rather than getting frustrated, Arthur returned the saddle to its hook and went back to basics, brushing, touching, rebuilding the comfort that had been temporarily shaken. The next day, he tried again with the same result, and the next. On the fourth day, Copper finally allowed the saddle to rest on his back for a few moments before shifting uncomfortably. Arthur removed it immediately, praising lavishly, establishing that cooperation brought reward and relief. Progress came in small increments, the saddle staying on a bit longer each time, the cinch being gradually tightened, stirrups being carefully introduced. Arthur never rushed, never pushed beyond what Copper seemed willing to accept, even when it meant ending a session with seemingly little accomplished. Word of Arthur's project had spread through camp, and he occasionally had an audience. John watched with skeptical amusement, clearly doubling Arthur's soft methods would yield results. Uncle offered unsolicited advice based on horsebreaking techniques Arthur suspected were fabricated on the spot, but it was Hosea who provided the most meaningful support, occasionally bringing Jack to watch and offering Arthur quiet encouragement. "Never seen you so patient with anything," Hosea commented one evening as they shared a bottle by the main campfire. "It's having an effect, you know." "On the horse?" Arthur asked. "On you," Hosea clarified with a knowing smile. "You're calmer these days, more thoughtful." Arthur hadn't noticed the change in himself, but realized there was truth in Hosea's observation. The daily practice of patience and gentle persistence was affecting more than just his relationship with Copper. The true test came when Arthur first attempted to mount. He'd spent days pretending to mount, putting weight in the stirrup, leaning over the saddle, allowing Copper to become accustomed to the movements without the full commitment. He'd had Charles present for these sessions, a second set of experienced hands if things went wrong. Today's the day, Arthur decided one clear morning after Copper had accepted all the preliminary steps with relative calm. If he's ever going to be ready, it's now. Charles nodded. "Move slowly. Once you're on, don't try to control him immediately, just sit. Let him feel your weight, get used to your presence on his back." Arthur approached the now saddled horse, speaking in the same calm, conversational tone he'd used throughout their time together. He stroked Copper's neck, checked the saddle one final time, then placed his foot in the stirrup. The Mustang tensed, but didn't shy away. Arthur put his weight in the stirrup, paused, then slowly swung his other leg over and settled gently into the saddle. Copper froze for a moment, processing this new sensation. Then, predictably, panic set in. The horse bucked once, hard enough to nearly unseat Arthur, who gripped his knees but made no attempt to control the animal with the reins. "Stay calm," Charles called. "Let him work through it." Arthur focused on maintaining his seat while Copper circled the corral, occasionally crow-hopping in protest, but not launching into the violent bucking Arthur had experienced with other wild horses. He kept his weight centered, his hands steady, his voice continuing the same soothing monologue despite the challenging circumstances. "That's it, boy. Nothing to fear. Just me up here, same as always, just in a different spot." Gradually, the horse's movements became less erratic. The circles slowed from a trot to a walk. Copper's breathing remained elevated, but the blind panic had subsided to cautious acceptance. After what seemed an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, the Mustang came to a stop in the center of the corral, sides heaving but standing steady. "Perfect," Charles said quietly. "Now get down. End on success." Arthur dismounted carefully, immediately stroking Copper's neck and offering an apple as reward. The horse accepted the treat, nostrils still flared from exertion but no longer showing signs of fear. "It did well," Charles observed. "Better than I expected for a first mounting." "We both did," Arthur replied with a satisfied smile. Over the following days, Arthur repeated the mounting process, each time staying on a bit longer, gradually introducing subtle cues with knees and reins. Copper proved an intelligent student, quickly grasping the meaning of different pressures and responding with increasing willingness. By the end of 2 weeks, Arthur was riding the Mustang confidently around the corral, directing him through simple patterns and transitions between walk, trot, and canter. The horse moved with natural athleticism, responsive to the lightest touch, seemingly eager to understand what was being asked of him. "Time to take him out," Charles suggested after observing a particularly smooth session. "He's ready for more space, more challenges." The next morning, Arthur opened the corral gate and rode Copper out into the meadow beyond for the first time since capturing him. He half expected the horse to bolt to seize this opportunity for freedom, but Copper remained steady beneath him, alert but trusting. They rode for hours that day, exploring the rolling countryside around camp, crossing streams, navigating wooded areas, climbing gentle slopes. With each new challenge, the Mustang's confidence grew, as did the bond between horse and rider. When they returned to camp in the late afternoon, Arthur riding proudly on his new mount, they drew appreciative attention from the entire gang. "Well, I'll be damned," John muttered as Arthur dismounted. "You actually did it. All that patient nonsense worked." "Told you, didn't I, Arthur?" Hosea said with evident pride. "Some things can't be rushed." Dutch approached to inspect the Mustang, nodding with approval. "Fine animal, Arthur. Strong looking. Should serve you well." "He's more than just strong," Arthur replied, stroking Copper's gleaming neck. "He's got heart. Won't quit when things get tough." "Sounds like someone else I know," Dutch commented with a rare, genuine smile. "Well done, son." Young Jack pushed through the gathered adults, eyes wide with excitement. "Can I pet him, Uncle Arthur, please?" "Careful now," Arthur cautioned, though he knew Copper had grown accustomed to the boy during his visits to the corral. "Approach him slowly, let him see you coming." Jack followed the instructions perfectly, approaching with the same careful respect Arthur had demonstrated throughout the breaking process. Copper lowered his head, allowing the boy to stroke his nose with visible gentleness. "He remembers me," Jack exclaimed delightedly. "Course he does," Arthur confirmed. "Horses don't forget kindness." Later, as Arthur settled Copper in with the other horses at the hitching posts, making sure he had water and feed for the night, Charles joined him. "You did well," the hunter said simply, honored the horse's spirit while earning his trust. "Couldn't have done it without your guidance," Arthur acknowledged. "Never would have had the patience otherwise." Charles shook his head. "The patience was always in you. You just needed permission to use it." He patted Copper's shoulder approvingly. "You've gained more than just a horse. You've gained a partner." Arthur nodded, understanding the truth in Charles's words. The weeks spent with Copper had changed something in him, had reminded him that force wasn't the only way to achieve results, that some things of value required time and gentle persistence. That night, by the light of a lantern in his tent, Arthur made an entry in his journal, accompanying it with a sketch of Copper standing proud in the corral. "Finally finished breaking that Mustang I've been working with. Copper. I'm calling him. Charles showed me the Lakota way. Patience and respect instead of force. Took longer than my usual method, but the results speak for themselves. Horse trusts me now, not just fears me. Responds to the lightest touch. Strange how working with him changed my own thinking too. Found myself more patient with the camp folk, less quick to anger. Reminded me there's more than one way to get things done in this world." Dutch always talks about freedom, but I think maybe I understood something new about it, watching that wild horse choose to trust me rather than being forced to submit. Tomorrow we'll ride out proper, see what he can really do. But tonight, I'm just grateful for the reminder that not everything worth having comes at the end of a gun. Some things come through trust, freely given, earned day by day. Arthur closed the journal and extinguished his lantern, listening to the night sounds of the camp, distant conversations, the occasional laugh, horses shifting at their hitching posts. Among those sounds was the distinctive snort of his new mount, no longer wild but not truly tamed either. Rather, Copper had entered into a partnership of mutual respect, still spirited, still proud, but now willing to work alongside the human who had earned his trust. In the morning, they would ride together as true partners, each having chosen the other freely, both stronger for the bond between them, and in that, Arthur realized, was a kind of freedom he hadn't considered before, one built not on the absence of connection, but on the right kind of connection, freely chosen and mutually respected. It was, he thought as sleep claimed him, a worthy lesson from a copper-colored Mustang that had once run wild across the endless frontier. The dawn broke crisp and clear as Arthur saddled Copper for their first real day as partners. The morning ritual felt different now, no longer a cautious approach to a half-wild animal but a greeting between companions. Copper nickered softly when Arthur approached with his saddle, recognizing the now familiar weight as it settled on his back. "Big day ahead, boy," Arthur murmured, tightening the cinch with practiced hands. "Time to see what you're really made of." Hosea approached as Arthur was making final adjustments to the tack, a knowing smile on his weathered face. "Taking your new friend for a proper ride?" "Figured we'd explore a bit," Arthur replied. "Need to see how he handles real terrain, not just the meadow." "Mind if I join you?" Hosea asked. "Silver Dollar could use the exercise, and I've been curious to see this horse of yours in action." Arthur nodded, pleased by the older outlaw's interest. "Could use the company. Thought I'd head up toward the Cumberland Forest maybe. Got some decent trails, bit of climbing." "Perfect," Hosea agreed. "Give me 10 minutes to saddle up." As Jose went to prepare his own mount, Charles appeared from the direction of his tent, bow slung across his back, clearly preparing for a hunting trip. "Testing him out?" he asked, nodding toward Copper. "Yeah," Arthur confirmed. "Hosea's coming along. Want to see what he can do in rougher country." Charles studied the Mustang with approval. "He's ready. Just remember, keep building that trust. First time in unfamiliar territory, he'll look to you for confidence." "I'll keep that in mind," Arthur promised. "And Charles, thank you for showing me another way." The hunter nodded, a rare smile briefly crossing his face. "You did the work, I just pointed the direction." By the time Hosea returned with Silver Dollar, the camp was beginning to stir with morning activity. Dutch emerged from his tent to see them off, making a show of inspecting Copper once more. "Fine-looking animal," he commented, patting the horse's neck, "though I still prefer the Count for pure speed." "We'll see about that," Arthur replied with a competitive grin. The Count, Dutch's prized white Arabian, was undeniably fast, but Arthur suspected Copper might have hidden talents of his own. "Just be back by tomorrow," Dutch reminded them. "We've got that bank job in Valentine to discuss." Arthur exchanged a quick glance with Hosea, the familiar tension between their current peaceful moment and the violence that always lurked in their future. But he pushed the thought aside as he swung into the saddle, wanting to focus on the day ahead rather than the inevitable return to outlaw work. Copper stood steady beneath him, alert but calm, awaiting direction. Arthur gave a gentle squeeze with his knees, and the Mustang moved forward smoothly, falling into step beside Silver Dollar as they rode out of camp. The morning air carried a pleasant chill that would burn away once the sun climbed higher. Dew sparkled on the long grass, and birds called from the trees surrounding Horseshoe Overlook. Arthur felt a sense of contentment that had become rare in recent months. The simple pleasure of a good horse beneath him, an open country ahead. "So this is the famous Copper," Hosea commented as they rode. "I've been watching your work with him. Impressive patience you've shown. Learned more than I taught, I think," Arthur admitted. "Never tried breaking a horse that way before." "Charles has wisdom worth listening to," Hosea observed. "Always has. Dutch respects his methods, even if he doesn't always understand them." They rode at an easy pace, giving Copper time to acclimate to the longer journey. The Mustang moved with natural grace, steps sure and balanced even on uneven ground. Arthur noticed how the horse constantly assessed their surroundings, ears swiveling to track sounds, nostrils flaring to catch scents, eyes alert but not fearful. As they crossed a shallow stream, Copper stepped through the water without hesitation, unlike many horses Arthur had ridden that balked at such obstacles. When they encountered a fallen log across the trail, the Mustang gathered himself and jumped cleanly over without breaking stride. "He's got good instincts," Hosea noted appreciatively. "Natural athlete, doesn't second-guess himself." "Been noticing that?" Arthur agreed. "Seems to read the terrain better than most horses I've had." They climbed steadily as the morning progressed, the rolling grasslands giving way to more rugged country as they approached the edges of Cumberland Forest. Arthur let Copper set his own pace on the uphill sections, noting with approval how the horse picked the most efficient path without guidance. Near midday, they paused in a small clearing to rest the horses and eat the lunch Pearson had packed for them. Arthur loosened Copper's cinch to allow him to breathe more comfortably and offered him water from his hat, then left him to graze alongside Silver Dollar while he and Hosea settled under a tree with their food. "He's bonded to you properly," Hosea observed, watching as Copper occasionally glanced toward Arthur, keeping track of his location even while grazing. "That's the mark of good breaking. Horse stays aware of you even when you're not directing him." "Never had a mount pay that kind of attention before," Arthur admitted. "Usually they take any break as a chance to ignore you entirely." Hosea chuckled. "That's because most horses see their riders as something to be tolerated. This one sees you as someone worth listening to." He took a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. "Reminds me of Bessie's approach with horses. She had that same gentle persistence, never forced, just outlasted their resistance." The mention of Hosea's late wife was rare enough to catch Arthur's attention. "Don't think I ever saw her with horses. Before your time with us," Hosea explained. "She had a way with them. Said horses were like people. They remembered those who treated them with respect." His eyes took on a distant look. "Always wondered if I might have settled into ranch life with her, if things had gone differently." Arthur let the moment of reminiscence hang between them, understanding the weight of Hosea's rare personal disclosure. The older outlaw had been the closest thing to a father figure he'd known since Dutch had found him all those years ago. But Hosea rarely spoke of the life he might have led, away from the gang. After resting the horses, they continued deeper into the forest, the trail narrowing as the trees grew thicker. Copper navigated the tighter spaces with ease, responding to the slightest pressure from Arthur's knees to adjust his path. They emerged onto a ridge overlooking a spectacular vista, rolling hills stretching toward distant mountains, a river winding silver through the valley below. "Worth the ride just for this view," Hosea commented, reining Silver Dollar to a stop beside Arthur. Arthur nodded agreement, pulling out his journal to quickly sketch the landscape. Copper stood patiently beneath him, occasionally shifting weight, but showing none of the restless pawing that many horses exhibited during stops. As Arthur finished his sketch, a distant movement caught his eye, a small herd of deer grazing in a meadow below. "Fancy a bit of hunting?" Hosea suggested, following his gaze. "Test how your new friend handles that kind of work?" "Worth a try," Arthur agreed, tucking his journal away. Charles said something about testing him in different situations. They made their way down the slope toward the meadow, dismounting at the edge of the tree line and ground tying the horses while they stalked closer to the deer on foot. Copper watched Arthur go with evident interest, but remained where he was left, another promising sign of his training taking hold. The hunting was successful. Arthur brought down a decent-sized buck with a clean shot. As they field-dressed their kill, he kept glancing back toward where they'd left the horses, half expecting Copper to have wandered off or spooked at the gunshot. But the Mustang remained in place, alert but calm. "Let's see how he handles the scent of blood," Hosea suggested as they prepared to load the deer. Some horses can't abide it, no matter how well trained. Arthur led Copper forward, speaking calmly as they approached the dressed deer. The horse's nostrils flared at the unfamiliar scent, and he sidestepped nervously for a moment, but didn't try to bolt. Arthur continued stroking his neck and speaking softly until Copper settled, allowing them to secure the deer carcass across his back with minimal fuss. "Another test passed," Hosea observed approvingly. "You've got yourself a steady mount there, Arthur. 1 in 100 horses would take to that so easily." The added weight and unfamiliar scent didn't appear to bother Copper as they continued their journey, now heading on a loop that would eventually take them back toward camp. The Mustang moved with the same sure-footed confidence as before, adapting quickly to the new conditions. As afternoon waned toward evening, the weather began to change. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a freshening breeze carried the unmistakable scent of approaching rain. "Might be in for a downpour," Jose noted with a frown. "Don't fancy riding back to camp in a deluge." Arthur studied the sky, calculating distances and options. "There's that trapper's cabin about an hour from here. Might make it before the worst hits." "Lead on," Hosea agreed. "Another good test for your Mustang. Foul weather." They picked up the pace, Copper matching Silver Dollar's more urgent trot without hesitation. The first fat raindrops began to fall as they crossed a wide meadow, quickly intensifying into a steady shower. Thunder rolled in the distance, and Copper's ears pricked forward at the sound, but he maintained his steady pace. By the time they reached the abandoned trapper's cabin, Arthur had remembered, the rain had become a true downpour. They quickly unsaddled the horses and set them up under the cabin's small lean-to, wiping them down with spare blankets before securing their comfort for the night. Copper stood quietly during the process, seemingly unbothered by the storm that now raged around them. When Arthur offered him a handful of oats from their supplies, the Mustang took them delicately from his palm, a far cry from the cautious animal that had first approached him in the meadow weeks earlier. Inside the cabin, Arthur and Hosea shook water from their coats and set about making the space habitable for the night. A serviceable fireplace provided heat and light once they had it burning, and the roof proved mostly sound despite a few minor leaks. "Quite the day," Hosea commented as they settled by the fire, sharing a bottle of whiskey Arthur had thought to bring along. "Your horse acquitted himself admirably?" Arthur nodded, a sense of pride warming him more than the whiskey. "He's a good one, better than I expected, if I'm honest. The best horses often come from unexpected places," Hosea observed, "rather like the best men, I've found." The subtle compliment wasn't lost on Arthur, who accepted it with a small nod of acknowledgement. Hosea had always been more free with praise than Dutch, whose approval seemed increasingly difficult to earn in recent months. "Something on your mind?" Hosea asked, reading Arthur's expression with his usual perceptiveness. Arthur hesitated, then decided to voice the thoughts that had been brewing during his weeks working with Copper. "Been thinking about what we're doing, where we're headed. Dangerous pastime thinking." Hosea remarked with a wry smile, though his eyes remained serious. What particular worries are gnawing at you? Blackwater was a mess, Arthur said quietly. Dutch seems different since then. Harder. More desperate, maybe. Hosea sighed, taking another sip of whiskey before responding. He feels the pressure. Times are changing faster than he expected. The world he thrived in is disappearing. And this bank job in Valentine is necessary, Hosea finished for him. We need money to get west, away from all this. One big score could set us up. Arthur wasn't convinced, but didn't press the point. Instead, he steered the conversation back to safer ground. Working with that horse gave me something I've been missing. Purpose that doesn't involve robbing or killing. Noticed that, Hosea acknowledged. You seemed more at peace these past weeks than I've seen in some time. He studied Arthur thoughtfully. Ever wonder what you might have been if Dutch and I hadn't found you? The question caught Arthur off guard. Never had much cause to think on it. Was just a wild kid headed for an early grave before you two came along. Perhaps, Hosea allowed. But you had qualities even then. Loyalty, determination. Could have made something of yourself in many walks of life. Little late for that kind of thinking, Arthur replied, uncomfortable with the direction the conversation was taking. Made my choices long ago. Choices can be remade, Hosea said quietly. Not easily, perhaps, but it's never too late to change course if the current one isn't leading where you want to go. Arthur didn't respond, but the words settled into him, finding purchase in soil that had been prepared, unknowingly, by his experiences with copper. The patient work of building trust, of finding connection through respect rather than force. It stood in stark contrast to the increasingly violent path Dutch seemed determined to lead them down. The storm raged through the night, but by morning had passed, leaving a washed, clean world of glistening leaves and muddy trails. They set out early, wanting to reach camp before Dutch grew impatient with their absence. Copper handled the wet conditions admirably, picking his way carefully through muddied paths, steady even when the ground grew treacherous. By mid-morning, the forest began to thin, and they emerged onto the familiar rolling hills surrounding Horseshoe Overlook. As they approached camp, Arthur spotted a figure waiting by the hitching posts. Jack Marston, standing on tiptoes to see farther down the trail, clearly watching for their return. "Uncle Arthur," the boy called excitedly as they came into view. "You're back. Did Copper do good?" Arthur exchanged an amused glance with Hosea before responding. "He did real good, Jack. Best horse I've ever had, I reckon." Jack beamed, rushing forward as they dismounted. "Can I help take care of him? Please? I'll be careful." "Sure," Arthur agreed, handing the boy Copper's reins. "Lead him to the water trough first. He's had a long ride." Jack took the responsibility with solemn seriousness, carefully leading the Mustang while talking to him in a stream of childish chatter. To Arthur's satisfaction, Copper followed the boy with gentle patience, lowering his head obligingly when Jack reached the water trough. "Boy's taken quite a shine to your horse," Hosea observed as they watched Jack carefully remove Copper's saddle under Arthur's guidance. "Goes both ways," Arthur replied. "Copper's gentler with him than anyone." Dutch approached as they were unloading the deer carcass, cigar in hand and a calculating look in his eye that Arthur had come to recognize as a prelude to planning. "Welcome back," he greeted them. "Successful trip, I see?" "Very," Hosea confirmed. Arthur's new mount proved exceptional. Dutch nodded absently, clearly more interested in other matters. "Good, good. Once you're settled, come find me. We need to discuss Valentine. I've had some new ideas while you were away." As Dutch walked away, Arthur caught Hosea's eye, seeing his own reservations mirrored there. But they both knew the conversation by the fire had been a temporary reprieve from the reality of their lives. They were outlaws, and outlaws they would remain. Over the next weeks, Arthur found himself frequently torn between gang business and time with Copper. The Mustang continued to impress, proving equally capable in complex situations from stealthy hunting to high-speed pursuits. More than once, Arthur credited the horse with saving his life, once when a quick leap cleared a ravine that would have trapped him during a pursuit by lawmen, and again when Copper's superior footing prevented a dangerous fall on a mountain trail. The Valentine bank job came and went, successful but messier than planned, forcing them to flee the area entirely. Through it all, Copper remained steady, seeming to understand the urgency of their frequent moves, adapting quickly to each new camp. Jack continued to take special interest in the Mustang, and Arthur found himself spending more time with the boy as a result, showing him basic horsemanship and care. Abigail watched these interactions with grateful eyes, clearly appreciating the positive male influence in her son's life. "That horse changed something in you," she commented one evening as Arthur sat whittling a small wooden horse for Jack, Copper grazing nearby. "Never seen you so patient." Arthur shrugged, uncomfortable with the observation, though he knew it held truth. "Just a horse." "No," Abigail disagreed with quiet certainty. "It's more than that. The way you are with him, with Jack, it's different. Gentler." Before Arthur could form a response, a commotion from the main camp drew their attention. Raised voices, the sound of horses approaching at speed. They hurried back to find Dutch and several others mounting up, expressions grim. "Pinkertons," Dutch explained tersely as Arthur approached. "Spotted near roads. We need to move. Now." The familiar rush of emergency preparations began. Tents struck, wagons loaded, belongings secured for rapid departure. Arthur moved automatically through these practiced motions, but with a heaviness that seemed new. Each hasty retreat, each abandoned camp, felt increasingly like running in circles rather than moving towards some greater purpose. As he saddled Copper for the journey, the Mustang seemed to sense his mood, nudging Arthur's shoulder gently with his muzzle. The simple gesture of connection steadied him somehow, a reminder of something solid in a world that seemed increasingly built on shifting sand. They rode through the night, a caravan of outlaws once more fleeing the long arm of the law. Arthur rode point, Copper's sure footing allowing him to navigate confidently even in the darkness. The Mustang moved with the same willing spirit he'd shown since their partnership began, responding to the slightest cue, working in harmony with his rider's needs. By dawn, they'd reached the new location Dutch had chosen, a place called Clemens Point, nestled against a lake and offering good visibility against approach. As they began setting up the new camp, Arthur took a moment to care for Copper, brushing him down thoroughly after the long ride. "Good boy," he murmured, stroking the horse's neck. "Always coming through when it matters." Charles approached as Arthur was finishing, his own mount already tended to and grazing nearby. "Your Mustang's proven his worth," he observed, "holding up well to our lifestyle." "Better than some of us," Arthur replied with a wry smile. Charles studied him with that penetrating gaze that always seemed to see more than Arthur intended to reveal. "The horse is a reflection of the rider," he said finally. "Clear purpose, steady hand, mutual respect, these create a partnership that endures." "Wish it was that simple with people," Arthur commented. "It can be," Charles suggested. "Same principles apply. Know your purpose, be consistent, build trust." The conversation was interrupted by Dutch calling for attention, gathering the gang to deliver one of his increasingly frequent speeches about loyalty, about their plans, about the better future just beyond the horizon. Arthur listened with the others, but found himself watching Copper grazing peacefully nearby. The Mustang's simple presence somehow more convincing than Dutch's elaborate promises. That night, unable to sleep despite exhaustion, Arthur slipped away from camp to sit by the lake shore. The moon cast a silver path across the dark water, a scene of tranquility that contrasted sharply with the tension he felt building within the gang. The soft sound of hoofbeats made him turn, expecting to see one of the night guards patrolling the camp perimeter. Instead, he was surprised to see Copper approaching, having apparently freed himself from the hitching post to seek out his rider. "Hey there," Arthur greeted him softly, reaching up to stroke the Mustang's muzzle as the horse lowered his head in greeting. "Shouldn't be wandering around at night. Folks are jumpy, might mistake you for trouble." Copper nickered quietly, seeming content to simply stand beside Arthur, occasionally shifting weight but making no move to leave. The companionable silence eased something in Arthur's chest, a reminder that not all connections needed words, that sometimes the simplest relationships were the most honest. After a while, he reached for his journal, sketching Copper's profile in the moonlight, while the horse dozed lightly beside him. When the page was filled, he wrote beneath the drawing, "Strange times we're living in. Dutch pushing us harder than ever, chasing some dream that feels further away with each move we make. Everyone on edge, waiting for the next disaster. But this horse, this copper-colored Mustang that once ran wild, he's become something solid in all this chaos. A partner that doesn't question, doesn't doubt, just offers trust, freely given and well earned. Charles said breaking him properly would create a true partnership, and he was right. Makes me wonder about other partnerships in my life. The gang, Dutch, our so-called family. Built on loyalty, yes, but what kind? The forced kind, born of fear and obligation, or the earned kind, built day by day through honest dealing? Never thought a horse would make me question such things, but here I am, seeing clearer because of lessons learned breaking a wild Mustang. Funny how life teaches you, if you're willing to listen. Arthur closed the journal as the eastern sky began to lighten with approaching dawn. He led Copper back to the hitching posts, securing him properly before returning to his tent for what little sleep he might catch before the day's work began. In the weeks that followed, as gang business grew increasingly complicated and dangerous, Arthur found himself relying on Copper in ways he'd never depended on a horse before. The Mustang's combination of intelligence, stamina, and courage made him invaluable for everything from scouting missions to quick escapes. Jack continued his fascination with the horse, and Arthur made time, despite Dutch's growing demands, to teach the boy about proper care and riding. The simple joy of these lessons, watching Jack's face light up when Copper responded to his careful guidance, provided rare moments of peace amid the growing storm of their outlaw existence. "He listens to me, Uncle Arthur," Jack exclaimed one afternoon after successfully directing Copper through a simple pattern of turns using just his knees and the lightest touch on the reins. "He really listens." "That's because you're talking to him proper," Arthur explained, steadying the boy in the saddle. "Not just with your hands or your voice, but with your whole self. Horses sense that when you're fully present with them." The lesson struck Arthur with unexpected force, even as he delivered it. Being fully present, it was something he'd practiced daily with Copper during those weeks of breaking, but something he'd lost in the hectic pace of recent events. He'd been going through motions, following Dutch's increasingly erratic plans, without truly engaging his own judgment. That evening, as Copper carried him back from a scouting mission gone wrong, Another Pinkerton patrol spotted too close to camp, Arthur found himself speaking aloud to the horse as they rode through gathering darkness. "Don't know where we're headed anymore, boy," he admitted quietly. "Dutch talks about Tahiti now, tropical farming of all things. Hosea looks worried all the time. John's pulling away. Everything's fracturing." Copper's ears swiveled back to catch his words, the horse maintaining his steady pace while listening to his rider's concerns. There was something freeing in speaking to a companion who offered no judgment, no solutions, just the steady rhythm of hoofbeats and the occasional soft snort of acknowledgement. "Breaking you taught me something," Arthur continued, stroking the horse's neck as they rode. "Taught me that force isn't always the answer, that patience and respect can build something stronger than fear ever could." He sighed, watching the camp appear through the trees ahead. "Just wish I knew how to apply that lesson to all this mess we're in." As if in response, Copper halted briefly at the edge of the trees, turning his head to look back at Arthur with those intelligent eyes that seemed to see straight through to his core. For a moment, rider and horse regarded each other in the gathering gloom, partners in a journey whose destination remained uncertain. Then Copper snorted softly and continued forward, carrying Arthur back to camp and the complicated web of loyalties and obligations that defined his life. But something had shifted within him. A seed planted during those quiet weeks of breaking the Mustang had taken root and begun to grow, a different kind of strength than he'd relied on before. That night, Arthur dreamed of open plains and endless skies, of riding Copper across boundless country with no pursuit behind them and no desperation driving them forward. Just man and horse in perfect harmony, moving together toward a horizon that promised not escape, but possibility. He woke before dawn, the dream still vivid in his mind, and slipped out to check on Copper. The Mustang greeted him with quiet recognition, accepting an early apple with delicate lips that barely brushed Arthur's palm. "You and me," Arthur murmured, stroking the strong neck as the horse enjoyed his treat. "Whatever happens, we face it together. That's a promise." Copper raised his head, meeting Arthur's gaze with what seemed like understanding. Man and horse stood together in the quiet dawn, a partnership built not on domination but on mutual respect, each having chosen the other freely, both stronger for the bond between them. In the distance, Arthur could hear the camp beginning to stir. Another day of schemes and risks and running ahead. But for this moment, in the golden light of early morning, he stood with his copper-colored Mustang and felt something like peace, the hard-won reward of breaking a wild horse, not by crushing its spirit, but by earning its trust. And in that moment, Arthur Morgan understood that some bonds, once formed properly, could never truly be broken, not by distance or danger or even death itself. The connection he'd built with this once wild Mustang would remain a part of him always, a lesson in patience and trust that had changed not just how he rode, but how he lived. Copper nickered softly, nudging Arthur's shoulder as if urging him forward into whatever the day might bring. Arthur smiled, giving the horse a final pat before turning toward camp, carrying with him the quiet strength of their partnership, a wild spirit not broken but joined with his own, facing the uncertain future together. As the weeks passed at Clemens Point, Arthur found himself increasingly drawn to the peaceful moments with Copper, rather than the chaotic demands of Dutch's plans. The copper-colored Mustang had become more than just a mount. He was a loyal companion, a silent confidant, and a reminder that there were gentler ways to move through this harsh world. One crisp morning, Arthur rode Copper along the outskirts of a small settlement west of Rhodes. The Mustang moved with easy confidence beneath him, their partnership now so natural It felt as though they shared a single mind. As they crested a hill overlooking a verdant valley, Arthur reined Copper to a stop, taking in the unexpected scene below. A small white church stood nestled among flowering trees, its modest steeple reaching toward the clear blue sky. Horses and wagons were gathered in the yard, and people in their Sunday best milled about outside. From this distance, Arthur could just make out the sound of cheerful voices and laughter carried on the breeze. "Well, well," Arthur murmured to Copper, who flicked his ears back attentively. "Looks like we've stumbled onto something happy for a change." Normally, Arthur would have given such a gathering a wide berth. Gang business and honest folk rarely mixed well, but something about the peaceful scene below drew him. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps simply the desire to witness something untainted by the violence that had become so constant in his own life. He guided Copper down the slope, keeping to the tree line and maintaining a respectful distance. As they drew closer, he could see white ribbons decorating the church entrance, and flowers adorning every available surface. A wedding, then. Some hopeful couple starting a life together, surrounded by community and goodwill. Arthur dismounted at the edge of the woods, securing Copper to a low branch where the horse could graze comfortably. He leaned against a tree trunk, journal in hand, and began to sketch the scene. The church, the gathered community, the sense of anticipation that hung in the air, it all spoke of a simpler life, one that seemed increasingly distant from his own reality. As he watched, a young woman emerged from a nearby farmhouse. Even from this distance, Arthur could see she was dressed in a simple white dress, her hair adorned with wildflowers instead of a formal veil. She was accompanied by an older man, her father perhaps, who offered his arm with evident pride as they began the short walk toward the waiting church. The bride's face seemed to radiate joy, a happiness so pure and unguarded that Arthur found himself smiling in response. This was something untouched by the cynicism and hardship of outlaw life, a moment of pure hope, of beginnings rather than desperate escapes. Copper nickered softly behind him, as if sharing in his rider's unexpected moment of peace. Arthur reached back to stroke the horse's neck absently, his eyes still fixed on the unfolding scene. "Something to see, ain't it?" he murmured. "Folks just living their lives, making promises they truly believe they can keep." As the wedding party disappeared into the church, Arthur closed his journal and returned to Copper's side. He wouldn't intrude further on their celebration. This peaceful moment belonged to them, not to a weather-worn outlaw with too much blood on his hands. But as he mounted up and turned Copper back toward camp, Arthur carried with him the image of that simple country wedding, a reminder that somewhere beyond the chaos of Dutch's grand plans and the Pinkertons' relentless pursuit, normal life continued. People fell in love, made vows, built futures on nothing more than hope and honest work. "Come on, boy," he said to Copper, patting the Mustang's strong neck. "Let's head back before someone starts missing us." As they rode away, Arthur couldn't help but glance back once more at the little white church in the valley. The sound of distant singing now drifted up the hillside, joyful voices raised in celebration of new beginnings. A simple country wedding, worlds away from his complicated existence, yet somehow touching something long dormant within him. Copper carried him steadily homeward through the golden afternoon light, the rhythm of hoofbeats a soothing counterpoint to Arthur's thoughts. Behind them, in that peaceful valley, a new chapter was beginning for some hopeful couple, and though Arthur Morgan might never know their names or their story, for one brief moment their paths had crossed, the outlaw and the newlyweds, each traveling their separate roads through this vast, unforgiving, yet occasionally beautiful frontier. The McFarlane Ranch stirred to life earlier than usual that spring morning. Dawn had barely broken over the New Austin plains when Bonnie McFarlane stepped onto the porch of the main house, surveying the bustling activity that had transformed her family's working cattle ranch overnight. Ranch hands moved with purpose across the yard, carrying benches and tables, hanging lanterns, and stringing wildflower garlands between fence posts, with unusual care for men more accustomed to roping cattle than decorating. The air carried a particular sweetness today, the scent of fresh-cut hay mingling with the wildflowers that women from neighboring homesteads had gathered over the past week. Even the livestock seemed to sense the day's importance, the cattle quieter than usual in their pens, as if respecting the occasion about to unfold at the heart of their domain. "Everything on schedule, Miss McFarlane." Amos, the ranch foreman, approached with his ever-present clipboard, though today it held a wedding checklist rather than cattle counts. The sun caught the silver in his beard as he squinted up at the promising blue sky overhead. "As well as can be expected," Bonnie replied, tucking a stray blonde hair behind her ear. She'd been up half the night finalizing preparations, determined that today would go perfectly. Her riding clothes had been abandoned for once in favor of a simple blue dress, not fancy by city standards, but a significant concession to formality for the notoriously practical ranch mistress. "Any word from the preacher yet?" "Stage from Armadillo's running late. Dust storm kicked up near Ridgewood. Should be here by noon, though," Amos assured her, making a notation on his list. His usual efficiency with ranch matters extended seamlessly to wedding planning, another reason Bonnie valued him as foreman. Bunny nodded, trying to quell the flutter of anxiety in her chest. This wedding meant more to her than she cared to admit. Emma Wilson and Thomas Cooper had both worked the McFarlane Ranch for years before falling in love right under everyone's noses. Emma had started in the kitchen, eventually proving herself skilled enough with horses to become one of their best. When they'd shyly asked if they might hold their wedding ceremony at the place where their romance had bloomed, Bonnie had agreed without hesitation. "Let's hope so, otherwise Pa might have to conduct the ceremony himself, and heaven knows what colorful language he'd include in the vows," she said, with a wry smile. Amos chuckled, knowing Drew McFarlane's reputation for plain speaking all too well. The old rancher had never been one to mince words, his vocabulary peppered with expressions that would make even seasoned cowhands blush. "I'll keep an eye on the road. And, Miss McFarlane, the barn looks real nice. You've done a fine job." Bonnie acknowledged the compliment with a nod before turning her attention to the barn that would serve as both chapel and reception hall. The massive doors stood open to the morning light, revealing transformed interiors. The usually practical space had been swept clean of hay and dust, its rough-hewn beams now adorned with flowers and ribbon. Hay bales covered in clean white linen served as guest seating, arranged in neat rows facing a simple arch woven with local wildflowers. She stepped inside, boots echoing on the wooden floor that had been scrubbed until the grain showed through years of accumulated dirt. Lanterns hung from the rafters, ready to be lit when evening came, and the far wall had been draped with quilts made by women throughout the county. A display of collective craftsmanship that transformed the utilitarian space into something approaching beauty. It wasn't fancy by city standards, but out here in New Austin, it represented the very best the community could offer. Every detail had been contributed by someone: the flowers gathered by the women from Hennigan's stead, the arch built by the blacksmith's apprentice, the benches loaned from the Armadillo saloon. Even the notorious Bonnie McFarlane, more comfortable with a lasso than lace, had spent evenings sewing table runners from spare fabric. The wedding had taken on an importance beyond just Emma and Thomas. In this harsh landscape where survival often demanded every ounce of energy, Celebrations were precious things, opportunities to remember that life offered more than just endless labor. Bonnie understood this instinctively, even if she'd never articulate it so plainly. "Miss Barney!" A breathless voice called from the direction of the bunkhouses. Young Katie, one of the kitchen girls, came hurrying across the yard, her apron dusted with flour and her cheeks flushed from the heat of the ovens. At 16, she was the youngest of the ranch staff, taken in by Bonnie when her family's homestead had failed last winter. "Miss Emma's asking for you. She seems, well, a bit overcome." Bonnie sighed. Bridal nerves were to be expected, though she'd hoped practical Emma might be spared. "Thank you, Katie. Tell the men to keep those tables level when they set them up. Last thing we need is wedding cake on the ground." "Yes, ma'am," Katie nodded eagerly. "Mrs. Larson says the cake's nearly done. 3 tiers. I've never seen such a thing. And Mr. Wilson brought a whole deer for the roast. And Mrs. Peterson's brought 6 pies and—" "That's fine, Katie," Bonnie interrupted gently. The girl's enthusiasm was endearing, but exhausting on a day already filled with 1,000 details requiring attention. "Make sure the kitchen has enough wood for the stoves. I'll deal with Emma." She made her way to the small guest cottage where Emma was preparing. The bride had insisted on following tradition, refusing to see Thomas since yesterday afternoon, despite the cramped quarters of ranch life making such separation challenging. Thomas had been banished to the bunkhouse, reportedly pacing like a caged mountain lion, according to the amused reports of his fellow hands. The cottage sat at the far edge of the ranch's main compound, a simple one-room structure usually reserved for visiting business associates or the occasional dignitary who found themselves in the remote reaches of New Austin. Today, it had been transformed into a bridal preparation room, with Emma's few female relatives turning the sparse accommodations into a sanctuary of feminine ritual. A soft knock at the door was answered by Emma's sister Martha, who stepped aside with visible relief. "Thank goodness you're here. She's convinced herself the whole thing's a terrible idea." Martha was Emma's opposite in many ways. Where Emma was practical and reserved, Martha had a flair for drama that manifested now in her expressive gestures and the elaborate arrangement of her hair, clearly done specially for the occasion. Inside the modestly appointed room, the scene was one of controlled chaos. Dresses hung from every available hook, ribbons and hairpins scattered across the small table, and a basin of water, sprinkled with wildflower petals, sat ready for the bride's final ablutions. The room smelled of lavender water and the beeswax candles that flickered in the corners, giving the space a golden glow despite the morning sunlight streaming through the windows. Emma sat on the edge of the bed in her undergarments, her wedding dress, a simple but elegant creation of white cotton with delicate embroidery around the collar, hung carefully nearby. Her normally rosy face was pale, her hands twisting a handkerchief into a tortured knot. 2 younger cousins hovered uncertainly nearby, clearly unsure how to handle this sudden crisis of confidence. "I can't do this, Miss McFarland," she blurted as Bonnie entered. "What do Thomas and I know about marriage? We've got no house, barely any savings. My parents had nothing and fought constantly. What if we're making a terrible mistake? What if—" Her voice caught, and she looked up at Bonnie with eyes swimming with uncertainty. Bonnie dismissed the hovering relatives with a subtle gesture, waiting until the door closed behind them before sitting beside the young woman. For all her own discomfort with emotional displays, Bonnie recognized that some moments required a gentler approach than her usual brisk efficiency. "Emma Wilson," Bonnie interrupted firmly, sitting beside the young woman. "I've watched you break wild horses and handle newborn calves in blizzards. You're the strongest woman on this ranch next to me, and I don't say that lightly." Emma's anxious expression softened slightly at the compliment. She'd earned her reputation for competence through years of hard work, taking on tasks that many men on the ranch would hesitate to attempt. That Bonnie McFarland, legendary in her own right across New Austin, would acknowledge this meant something. Marriage isn't so different from ranch work, Bonnie continued, surprising herself with words she'd never expected to say, having avoided matrimony herself thus far. It's hard, it's daily, and sometimes you wonder why you ever took it on. But you don't do it alone. You and Thomas have each other, and you have all of us. She gestured toward the window, where the sounds of preparations continued, hammering, laughter, the occasional snatch of song as someone tested the instruments that would play later. Everyone out there is investing in your future together, not because they expect you to fail, but because they believe you'll succeed. Emma managed a small smile, though worry still creased her brow. But where will we live? The bunkhouse isn't proper for a married couple, and houses don't come cheap. The practical concerns seemed to weigh heavier than abstract fears, something Bonnie understood well. In frontier life, romance without practicality was a luxury few could afford. Bonnie smiled. That was supposed to be a surprise for after the ceremony, but maybe you need to hear it now. Pa and I are giving you the old foreman's cabin as a wedding present. Amos moved to the new one last month, and we've been fixing it up for you both. The cabin in question sat on a gentle rise overlooking the southern pastures, small but solidly built, with a proper stone fireplace and even glass windows, a rarity in these parts. It had stood empty since Amos relocated to accommodations closer to the main house, but Bonnie had secretly directed repairs and improvements over recent weeks. New furniture had been crafted by the ranch carpenter, curtains sewn, the roof repaired, and a small garden plot cleared. All in preparation for this gift. Emma's eyes widened. Miss McFarland, we couldn't possibly. You can and you will, Bonnie said firmly. Good workers are hard to find in these parts. Consider it an investment in keeping you both at McFarland Ranch for years to come. She stood, smoothing her skirts with a practical gesture that belied the generosity of her gift. Besides, having you two nearby means not having to train someone new for your positions. Pure self-interest on my part. The deflection of sentiment with practicality was typical of Bonnie, but Emma saw through it, tears welling in her eyes, tears of relief now rather than anxiety. I don't know what to say. Say you'll get dressed and marry that man who's been pacing a trench outside the bunkhouse since sunrise. Bonnie replied with a soft smile. The whole ranch has worked too hard on this wedding for you to call it off now. Martha approached with the wedding dress and Bonnie stood to leave. I'll send Katie over to help with your hair. That girl has a talent with braids that's wasted on kitchen work. Emma caught Bonnie's hand before she could leave. Thank you, she said simply. Not just for the cabin, for everything, for seeing something in me beyond just another hired girl. The naked gratitude made Bonnie uncomfortable, unused as she was to such emotional demonstrations. She squeezed Emma's hand briefly before reclaiming her own. Just be happy. That's thanks enough. With a nod to Martha to continue the preparations, she slipped out the door and back into the morning sunlight. As Bonnie stepped back into the bustling yard, she spotted a familiar figure approaching on horseback. John Marston rode at an unhurried pace, his features becoming clearer as he approached the ranch gates. Though initially wary of the former outlaw when he'd first appeared at McFarland Ranch, Bonnie had developed a grudging respect for the man who'd helped save her father's life, and her family's ranch on more than one occasion. John sat his mount with the easy confidence of a man who'd spent more of his life in the saddle than out of it. His horse, a dappled grey with intelligent eyes, picked its way carefully through the crowded yard, avoiding the bustling workers with minimal guidance from its rider. Despite the festive occasion, Marston wore his usual attire. Practical, weathered, with the ever-present gun belt that marked him as a man who lived with danger as a constant companion. "Marston," she called as he dismounted near the hitching post. "Didn't expect to see you today." John removed his hat respectfully, revealing hair that carried more grey than when they'd first met. The scars on his weathered face told their own stories of a life harder than most. Miss McFarland, got your invitation. Hope it still stands." "Of course it does, though I half expected you to find some excuse about hunting bounties or whatever other trouble you're chasing these days." The teasing held a note of genuine curiosity. John Marston wasn't a man who typically attended social gatherings, particularly ones celebrating the simple domestic happiness that had so often eluded him. A ghost of a smile crossed John's weathered face. "Abigail insisted. Said it would do me good to attend something that doesn't end in gunfire for a change." "Your wife's a wise woman," Bonnie remarked, thinking of the fierce, loyal woman she'd met only a handful of times but had immediately respected. Abigail Marston had survived hardships that would have broken many, emerging with a determination to forge something better for her family, a quality Bonnie couldn't help but admire. "Speaking of which, she and Jack didn't come with you?" John shook his head, his expression softening at the mention of his family. "Jack's got a cough, nothing serious, but Abigail thought it best he rest. She sent this, though." He reached into his saddlebag and produced a small package wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. "Some kind of tablecloth she made. Had me promise to tell you she embroidered it herself." There was a note of pride in his voice as he handed over the gift. Bonnie accepted the package with genuine appreciation, feeling the weight of the fabric within. That was thoughtful of her. "Please thank her for me." She glanced around at the ongoing preparations, seeing Amos struggling to direct several ranch hands who were attempting to erect tables under the canopy with varying degrees of success. "Since you're here and presumably have 2 functional hands, would you mind helping Amos with those tables? City folk might hire workers for their weddings, but out here, everyone pitches in." "Happy to help," John replied, hanging his gun belt on his saddle horn before following her toward where Amos directed the setup of long tables under a canopy of canvas strung between the barn and the nearby oak tree. It wouldn't stop heavy rain, but it would provide shade for the afternoon meal, and shield against light showers if the gathering clouds decided to dampen the festivities. The morning progressed in a flurry of final preparations. The wedding cake, a marvel of culinary achievement given the limited resources available, was carefully transported from the kitchen to a place of honor under the canopy. 3 tiers of vanilla-scented perfection, frosted white and decorated with preserved berries. It represented the combined efforts of 3 women working in shifts over 2 days. Beside it, tables gradually filled with dishes brought by guests: venison roast, beef stew, cornbread, biscuits, preserves, pies, and more. A display of abundance remarkable for a region where scarcity was more common than plenty. Bonnie moved between tasks with practiced efficiency, settling disputes, redirecting efforts, ensuring that the collective energy of the ranch remained focused on creating the perfect day for Emma and Thomas. She checked on Emma twice more, once to deliver a small blue ribbon for her hair, something borrowed and blue in one, and again to assure her that the preacher had finally arrived, dusty but intact on the midday stage. As midday approached, guests began arriving from neighboring ranches and the nearby settlements. Wagons and horses crowded the hitching areas, and the yard filled with the sounds of greetings and laughter. Women in their best dresses, some clearly made or altered specifically for the occasion, carried covered dishes to the outdoor kitchen area. where Bonnie's cook coordinated the potluck contributions that would feed the gathering. Men in freshly pressed shirts and awkward-fitting suit jackets stood in small groups, discussing cattle prices and weather predictions, when not casting anxious glances at the increasingly threatening sky. The Wilson family arrived in force. Emma's parents, 3 brothers with their wives, and an assortment of cousins that nearly doubled the gathering on their own. The Coopers came in smaller numbers, Thomas being one of only 2 surviving children, but they made up for it in enthusiasm, his mother immediately taking charge of arranging the gifts table, while his father engaged Drew McFarlane in animated conversation about breeding techniques for sturdier cattle. Children darted between adults, their Sunday clothes already showing signs of the freedom with which they treated the ranch yard. Dogs followed, equally excited by the unusual activity, until Bonnie ordered one of the hands to corral them behind the bunkhouse before they upset the tables, or, worse, discovered the wedding feast. Drew McFarland emerged from the main house, unusually formal in a clean black coat, but refusing to abandon his customary boots. His white hair and beard had been neatly trimmed for the occasion, though nothing could tame the fierce independence in his eyes as he surveyed the transformation of his working ranch with a mixture of pride and bemusement. "Quite the to-do you've put together, Bonnie," he commented as his daughter approached. "Half of New Austin seems to be here. People need something to celebrate, Pa, especially out here where life's mostly hard work and hardship." Bonnie watched as more wagons appeared on the horizon, bringing families from as far as Plainview and Mercer Station. The wedding had become something beyond its original intention, a gathering point for a community scattered across too many miles of harsh country, a chance to reinforce the human connections that made survival possible. Drew nodded thoughtfully, his eyes taking on the distant look they sometimes did when memories overtook him. "Your mother would have loved this. She always said a community needs 3 things to thrive: a church, a school, and regular gatherings to remind folks they're not facing the frontier alone." The unexpected mention of her long-dead mother caught Bonnie off guard. Drew rarely spoke of his wife, the pain of her loss still evident decades later. Elizabeth McFarland had been gone since Bonnie was 14, taken by the same fever that had claimed 3 of her brothers, leaving only Bonnie to carry on the family legacy alongside her grieving father. "She said that?" Bonnie asked softly, hungry for any scrap of the mother she'd lost too young. "Often," Drew confirmed, "especially when I'd complain about the time spent on socials and dances, said I was missing the point, that breaking bread together was as important to survival out here as breaking horses." He cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the sentiment but determined to share it. "She'd be proud of you today, girl, not just for running this ranch better than most men could, but for understanding what she knew, that people need each other, need moments like this." Before Bonnie could respond to this rare glimpse into her father's heart, a commotion at the ranch entrance diverted their attention. The stagecoach from Armadillo had finally arrived, considerably later than expected and covered in a thick layer of dust that spoke to difficult road conditions. The driver looked exhausted, but triumphant as he pulled the team to a halt near the main house. From it emerged a dust-covered but dignified old man clutching a Bible, Reverend Swanson, looking considerably more sober and respectable than during his days running with Dutch's gang. His clerical collar sat slightly askew from the journey, but his bearing carried a newfound dignity that transcended his rumpled appearance. His reformation had surprised many, but none more than himself. John Marston, who had been helping arrange seating under the canopy, set down the bench he was carrying and approached the newcomer with a look of genuine disbelief. "Reverend? Didn't expect to see you officiating." Swanson straightened his clerical collar, a hint of his old nervous manner showing through his newfound dignity. Mr. Marston, life takes us down unexpected paths, doesn't it? The church in Armadillo needed someone, and I found purpose in helping others, rather than drowning in my own miseries. The two men regarded each other with the complex recognition of those who have shared darker days. There was history between them, unspoken but palpable, of a time when both had been part of something that had ultimately destroyed itself from within. "You look well," John offered genuinely, noting the clear eyes and steady hands that had once been perpetually clouded and trembling. "Sobriety agrees with me, it seems," Swanson replied with a self-deprecating smile that acknowledged the understatement. "Though I confess, I still feel a fraud sometimes, standing before others as a moral guide." "Don't we all wear masks of some kind?" John responded, his voice low enough that only Swanson could hear. "At least yours is serving some good these days." Bonnie approached, introducing herself and quickly ushering the Reverend toward the main house where he could refresh himself before the ceremony. As they walked, dark clouds continued gathering on the horizon, and the breeze carried the unmistakable scent of approaching rain. The wind had picked up, making the canopies snap and billow, several ranch hands now working to secure them more firmly against the threatening weather. "Will we need to move indoors, do you think?" Swanson asked, eyeing the clouds with the practiced concern of a man who had spent enough nights without shelter to respect nature's whims. "Hoping it holds off," Bonnie replied, though her tone suggested limited faith in that outcome. "We've prepared the barn just in case. Not as pretty as the yard, but drier if it comes to it." In the main house, Bonnie showed the Reverend to her father's study where he could clean away the journey's dust and collect himself before the ceremony. A basin of fresh water, towels, and a small mirror had been set out in anticipation of his arrival. "I'll leave you to it," she said. "Ceremony's set for 2 o'clock, but we might need to move it up if those clouds keep building. I'll send someone to fetch you when we're ready." Left alone, Swanson set down his Bible and regarded himself in the small mirror. The face that looked back was still recognizable as the man who had once been Dutch Vanderlin's obsequious, perpetually inebriated spiritual advisor. But the changes went deeper than mere sobriety. There was purpose in his eyes now, hard-won through his own battles with weakness and despair. He splashed water on his face, the coolness a blessed relief after hours in the dusty stagecoach. As he dried himself, his eyes fell on the McFarlane family Bible, displayed prominently on Drew's desk. Opening it reverently, he found generations of births, marriages, and deaths recorded in fading ink, the chronicle of a family that had claimed this harsh land and refused to be driven from it. Soon he would add another entry to a different family's history. The significance of this, that he, once lost to addiction and self-pity, would now help bind two lives together, humbled him anew. He straightened his collar, brushed the remaining dust from his coat, and opened his own Bible to review the ceremony once more. Outside, the question of weather had been settled for them. "Think it'll hold off?" John asked Amos as they finished securing the last canopy. Both men eyed the sky with the practiced concern of those whose livelihoods depended on reading weather correctly. "Not likely," the foreman replied grimly, tightening a rope with calloused hands that had performed this task countless times before. "Been watching those clouds build since dawn. Question is whether we'll get the ceremony done before it hits." No sooner had he spoken than a low rumble of thunder rolled across the plains, still distant but carrying the unmistakable promise of approaching weather. The clouds had darkened to a threatening grey moon, and the wind now carried occasional spits of moisture, harbingers of the downpour to come. Bonnie, conferring with Mrs. Wilson about final arrangements for Emma, heard the thunder and made an immediate decision. "We'll need to move everything to the barn," she told the mother of the bride. "Can you spread the word among your family? I'll handle the rest." What followed was a model of frontier efficiency, the entire gathering acting with the coordinated purpose of people accustomed to adapting to sudden changes, redirected their efforts to the contingency plan. Tables were quickly moved from under the threatened canopies into the barn's spacious interior. Food was covered and carried, decorations repurposed, and seating rearranged to accommodate the ceremony and reception in one space, rather than spread across the ranch yard as originally planned. The ranch bell rang out, signaling for guests to take their places in the barn. People filed in, finding places on the hay bale benches, their Sunday best a colorful contrast to the rustic setting. The musicians, 3 local men with a fiddle, banjo, and guitar, set up near the doors, adjusting their instruments and quietly conferring about the appropriate tunes for the occasion. Thomas waited nervously at the front, his usually tanned face pale beneath his collar, his work-roughened hands repeatedly adjusting his borrowed tie. Beside him stood his brother James, offering quiet encouragement and the occasional steadying hand when Thomas seemed in danger of swaying. The groom looked simultaneously foreign and familiar in his wedding suit, the same capable ranch hand who could break horses and mend fences, now transformed by a starched collar and polished boots into a figure of unexpected dignity. "Steady," James murmured as another roll of thunder, closer now, seemed to shake the barn itself. "Just weather, good luck they say. Rain on your wedding day." "Not worried about the weather," Thomas replied, his voice tight. "What if she's changed her mind? What if—" "She hasn't," James assured him. "Look." The musicians, taking their cue from Bonnie's subtle nod, began a somewhat uneven but heartfelt rendition of a traditional wedding march. The assembled guests rose, turning toward the barn doors, where the wedding party would enter. Heads turned as Martha entered first, carrying a small bouquet of wildflowers and looking uncharacteristically gentle in a blue dress that had clearly been specially made for the occasion. She moved with deliberate steps, counting silently as she'd been instructed during the hasty rehearsal the previous evening. A collective murmur of appreciation rose as Emma appeared at the barn door on Drew McFarlane's arm. Her simple white dress caught the lantern light that had been hastily lit against the darkening day, and her dark hair had been arranged in an elegant twist, adorned with small white flowers and the blue ribbon Bonnie had provided. She moved with uncharacteristic shyness, her eyes fixed on Thomas as though drawing strength from his presence. Drew McFarland, standing in for Emma's father who had been dead these past 5 years, carried himself with the formal dignity of a man executing an important duty. He'd taken a special interest in Emma since hiring her as a kitchen girl all those years ago, recognizing in her the same practical determination he valued in his own daughter. Now he played his role in her special day with surprising grace for a man more comfortable on horseback than in social ceremonies. As Drew placed Emma's hand in Thomas's, a low rumble of thunder sounded directly overhead, and the first heavy drops of rain began to thud against the barn roof. The timing seemed almost deliberate, nature providing its own dramatic accompaniment to the proceedings. Reverend Swanson, sensing the need for haste given the worsening weather, kept the ceremony brief but meaningful. He spoke of partnership, faith, and building a life together on the foundation of honest work and genuine love. His words, delivered in a clear voice that carried to the far corners of the barn, held the simple eloquence of truth hard-won through personal struggle. He spoke of weathering storms together, both literal and metaphorical, of supporting each other through hardship, of finding joy in simple moments shared. When it came time to exchange rings, however, a moment of panic crossed Tomas's face. He patted his pockets with increasing desperation, turning to his brother with wide eyes. "The rings," he whispered hoarsely, loud enough for the front rows to hear and exchange concerned glances. "I gave them to you for safekeeping." James's expression shifted from confusion to horror as he searched his own pockets, inside and out, with increasing urgency. "I put them in my vest pocket. I'm sure of it." The simple gold bands had been purchased with 6 months of Thomas's careful saving, supplemented by James's contribution when the original amount proved insufficient. They weren't elaborate, plain circles without engraving or embellishment, but they represented a significant investment for a man of Thomas's means. A tense murmur ran through the assembled guests as the search continued. Emma's face fell, though she tried to maintain her composure. Bonnie, seated in the front row, was about to suggest proceeding without the rings when an unexpected voice spoke up from the back of the barn. "Might have a solution," John Marston said, approaching the front with measured steps. From his pocket, he produced 2 simple gold bands, slightly worn but clearly well cared for. "Was going to leave these as a gift, but seems they're needed now. They were mine and Abigail's first rings, before we could afford better. We'd be honored if you'd use them today and consider them your gift." The gesture, coming from the quiet, reserved man known more for his deadly skills than sentimentality, created a momentary hush throughout the barn. The significance wasn't lost on anyone present. That John Marston would part with something so personal, so tied to his own hard-won happiness, spoke volumes about the respect he held for the simple ceremony unfolding before them. The relief on Thomas's face was palpable as he accepted the rings with heartfelt thanks. Few in the gathering knew the full story of John Marston's past, but the simple generosity of the gesture touched even those who viewed the quiet stranger with suspicion. As the couple exchanged vows and rings, the first heavy raindrops that had been sporadic warnings became a steady downpour, pounding against the barn roof with increasing intensity. By the time Reverend Swanson pronounced them husband and wife, the storm was in full force, drumming an intense accompaniment to the couple's first kiss as thunder rolled across the plains. The timing seemed perfect. Nature's dramatic endorsement of the union just sealed. As Thomas and Emma turned to face their friends and family for the first time as husband and wife, a flash of lightning illuminated the barn through its high windows, followed by an approving rumble of thunder that made several guests jump and then laugh at their own nervousness. "Looks like we'll be dining indoors," Bonnie announced as the ceremony concluded, raising her voice to be heard over the storm's percussion on the roof. "Everyone lend a hand moving the tables to the sides so we can clear space for dancing." What followed was a good-natured scramble as guests hurried to rearrange the barn's interior to accommodate both dining and celebration. Tables were repositioned along the walls, the makeshift altar disassembled to make room for dancing, and the musicians relocated to a corner where they could provide accompaniment without being trampled by enthusiastic dancers. Through it all, Emma and Thomas remained at the center, accepting congratulations and occasionally stealing kisses when they thought no one was looking. Their earlier worries seemed forgotten in the joy of the moment and the community's evident support. They moved through the crowd with linked hands, as if afraid to lose contact even for a moment. Emma radiant in her simple dress, Thomas standing straighter than he ever had on ordinary workdays, both of them surrounded by the goodwill of everyone who knew them. The canvas awning, now overflowing with collected water, was carefully dismantled by several ranch hands who braved the downpour, returning drenched but triumphant with salvaged decorations that were quickly repurposed to brighten the barn's interior. What might have been a disappointment, the forced relocation of a carefully planned outdoor celebration, instead became a triumph of adaptation, the close quarters of the barn creating an atmosphere of intimate festivity that might not have developed in the more spread-out arrangement originally intended. Bonnie found herself standing in the barn doorway, watching the rain transform her carefully planned outdoor celebration while the festivities continued undeterred inside. The smell of damp earth mingled with the aroma of home-cooked food as lantern light cast a golden glow over the improvised reception. There was something beautiful about it, the way everyone had adjusted without complaint, the way happiness refused to be deterred by mere weather. "Not exactly how you planned it, I imagine," John commented, joining her at the doorway. He held 2 cups of coffee, offering one to her with a gesture that acknowledged their shared moment of observation. "Few things in life go exactly to plan," Bonnie replied philosophically, accepting the cup with a nod of thanks. "Especially out here, but look at them." She nodded toward the newlyweds who were laughing as they attempted to cut their wedding cake with the entire gathering watching. Emma was saying something that made Thomas blush to the roots of his hair, causing good-natured laughter from those close enough to hear. "They're happy. That's what matters. You did a good thing here," John said simply, giving them the foreman's cabin, hosting all this. Not many ranch owners would bother. Bonnie shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. Good workers are worth keeping, and little enough happiness finds its way to places like this. Have to nurture it when it appears. She took a sip of coffee, appreciating its warmth against the chill that emanated from the open doorway. Besides, it's not entirely altruistic. Happy workers are loyal workers. Makes good business sense. John didn't challenge the deflection, understanding too well the frontier reluctance to acknowledge sentiment openly. Still, it's a kindness they won't forget. Drew McFarlane guided Emma across the makeshift dance floor with surprising grace for a man who spent most of his days on horseback. The old rancher had a dignity about him that transcended his usual gruff demeanor, and Emma followed his lead with the same confidence she showed in the saddle. "You're doing just fine, girl," Drew said quietly as they completed a turn. "Thomas is a lucky man." "Thank you for everything, Mr. McFarland," Emma replied, her eyes bright with emotion. "For standing in for my father today, for the cabin, for taking a chance on me all those years ago." Drew's weathered face softened. "You earned your place here through hard work. Nothing given that wasn't deserved." As the music shifted to signal the end of their dance, he added, "Now go dance with your husband. That's what today is about." Thomas stepped forward eagerly to claim his bride, his nervousness from earlier replaced with a quiet joy that transformed his usually serious features. He took Emma in his arms with reverent care, as though she might disappear if held too tightly. Soon others joined in, the barn floor shaking under the weight of dancing boots as the rain continued its steady percussion on the roof. The musicians played with increasing confidence, fueled by appreciative applause, and the occasional shot of whiskey discreetly passed their way. Bonnie watched from the edge of the gathering, content to observe the happiness she had helped create. She had never been one for dancing herself, preferring practical action to social graces, but there was satisfaction in seeing the barn filled with joy, rather than the usual livestock and hay. "Not joining in?" John Marston asked, appearing at her side once more. "Some of us need to keep our wits about us," Bonnie replied with a wry smile. "Someone has to make sure this place doesn't burn down with all these lanterns and high spirits." The impromptu indoor feast proved more intimate and lively than the planned outdoor reception might have been. Benches and hay bales were rearranged around the long tables, where guests shared dishes prepared from family recipes passed down through generations. The McFarlane Ranch's cook had outdone herself with a roast beef that drew universal praise, while Mrs. Peterson from Hennigan's Stead contributed her famous apple pies, still warm from travel by covered wagon. Children darted between tables, sneaking extra desserts when adults were distracted by conversation. They paused occasionally to gaze in wonder at Emma in her white dress, a vision as rare and magical as a unicorn in the practical world of frontier ranching. The storm continued outside, sheets of rain visible through the open barn doors, but inside was warmth, light, and the comforting sounds of community. Conversation flowed as freely as the coffee and cider, neighbors catching up on months of news. Tall tales grew taller with each retelling, the men trying to outdo each other with stories of cattle drives, hunting exploits, and brushes with outlaws. And then the bear reared up. Must have been 8 feet tall if he was an inch, proclaimed Harold Wilson, Emma's uncle, gesturing expansively to illustrate his story. Thought for sure I was done for, but my old rifle didn't fail me. Got him with one shot, right between the eyes. That bear gets bigger every time you tell it, Harold, his wife remarked dryly, prompting laughter from those gathered around. As the afternoon wore on, the rain gradually subsided, though the ground remained too sodden for outdoor activities. Inside the barn, however, the celebration continued unabated. Reverend Swanson, after an initial period of stiff formality, gradually relaxed among the good-natured gathering. He even contributed a surprisingly fine tenor voice to an impromptu singing session when the musicians took a break to rest their fingers and sample the wedding feast. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me, he sang, his voice carrying emotion that spoke of personal redemption. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. The familiar hymn brought a moment of reverent quiet to the celebration, many joining in for the final verses. Even those who rarely set foot in church seemed moved by the simple power of the song and the evident sincerity with which Swanson delivered it. John found himself drawn into conversation with ranchers and cowhands who, after initial wariness, seemed to accept his presence as unremarkable. He spoke little of himself, deflecting personal questions with practiced ease, but listened intently to tales of cattle drives, horse breaking, and the ever-present challenge of taming the unforgiving landscape. Never thought I'd see John Marston at a wedding that didn't end in a shootout, a familiar voice commented, and John turned to find Bonnie's ranch foreman, Amos, beside him, nursing a cup of coffee that John suspected had been liberally enhanced with something stronger. "Known each other long?" John asked, surprised by the man's familiar tone. Amos nodded, scratching his silver-streaked beard thoughtfully. "Rode together briefly years back, before I found steadier work with the McFarlanes. You probably don't remember. You had a lot on your mind in those days." The comment suggested knowledge of John's outlaw past, but there was no judgment in the foreman's tone. Out here, many men carried complicated histories, reinventing themselves as circumstances demanded. Few asked questions better left unanswered. Life takes strange turns, John acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying their shared history. "That does," Amos agreed, raising his cup in a small salute. "Some for the better, like those two." He nodded toward Emma and Thomas, who were accepting congratulations from an elderly couple. "Met them yet?" "The Johnsons. Came all the way from Plainview, despite Mr. Johnson's rheumatism. Been married 62 years. John watched as the elderly couple shared their wisdom with the newlyweds, Mrs. Johnson patting Emma's hand while her husband clapped Thomas firmly on the shoulder. 6 decades of partnership in this harsh land. It seemed almost miraculous in a place where death came so easily and often. "What's their secret, you reckon?" John asked. Amos chuckled. Asked him that once, he said, knowing when to speak up and when to shut up and being wrong at figuring out which most of the time. The foreman's expression grew more serious. But I think it's simpler than that. They faced everything together, droughts, Comanche raids back in the day, losing their first homestead to fire, never stopped being on the same side even when times got hard. The observation resonated with John, reminding him of his own complicated journey with Abigail. They had weathered so much, his outlaw years, his time away, his struggles to become the man she needed. Through it all, she had never truly given up on him, even when perhaps she should have. As evening approached, lanterns were lit throughout the barn, casting a warm glow over the continuing festivities. The storm had passed, leaving behind a washed-clean world and a spectacular sunset visible through the open barn doors. The musicians returned to their instruments with renewed energy, and the dancing resumed with even greater enthusiasm. Thomas and Emma moved together with the easy coordination of two people accustomed to working in tandem, while other couples displayed varying degrees of grace and rhythm. The Wilson brothers convinced a reluctant Martha to demonstrate a lively jig she had learned during her brief time working at a St. Denis theatre, which evolved into an impromptu competition among the younger men to match her steps. Drew McFarland, slightly flushed from exertion and perhaps a nip or two from a flask being discreetly passed among the older men, approached Bonnie with an outstretched hand. "Your mother would expect me to dance with my daughter on an occasion like this," he said gruffly. Bonnie raised an eyebrow but accepted the invitation, allowing her father to lead her into a somewhat stiff but dignified turn around the makeshift dance floor. They moved with the careful precision of two strong-willed people unaccustomed to following another's lead, but there was genuine affection beneath their awkward steps. "You've done your mother proud today," Drew said quietly, surprising Bonnie with this second reference to her mother in one day. "She always said you had more heart than sense when it came to taking care of others." "She must have been talking about someone else," Bonnie replied, though the words touched her deeply. "I'm practical to a fault. Practical people don't spend weeks planning weddings for ranch hands or gift them cabins," Drew pointed out. "Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Those two deserve their happiness, and McFarland Ranch keeps good workers by treating them like family." The comment made Bonnie reflect on how the ranch had evolved under her management. While her father had always been fair, she had deliberately fostered a sense of community among the workers that went beyond employment. In the harsh reality of frontier life, such bonds made the difference between merely surviving and truly living. Outside, the clouds had begun to part, allowing the setting sun to break through in spectacular fashion. The rain-washed air seemed to magnify the golden light, and someone called attention to the double rainbow arching over the eastern hills. A sight magnificent enough to draw many guests outside despite the muddy ground. "Good omen," Reverend Swanson commented, standing beside the newlyweds as they admired the natural spectacle. "A covenant of promise, just like your vows today." Thomas's arm tightened around Emma's waist. "We don't need omens, Reverend. We make our own luck in this life." "Indeed you do, my boy," Swanson agreed, his expression thoughtful. "But it never hurts to have the Almighty smiling upon your effort." Emma leaned her head against Thomas's shoulder, her expression one of contented exhaustion. "I wasn't sure about all this fuss," she admitted quietly, "but now I'm glad. It feels right having everyone here to send us off proper." "Me too," Thomas agreed, dropping a kiss on her forehead. "Though I'll be happier still when it's just us in our own place." Their new home waited on the hill beyond the main ranch buildings, the foreman's cabin now transformed into a wedding gift. Throughout the day, final touches had been added by friends and family, A handmade quilt on the bed, curtains at the windows, a small shed of tools for Thomas, and a hen house with 3 laying hens for Emma. Each gift reflected practical knowledge of what the young couple would need to establish their household. As twilight deepened into night, the celebration showed no signs of winding down. The barn doors remained open to the cool, fresh air, and the yard outside had begun to dry enough for some of the younger guests to spill outside, their laughter mixing with the music and conversation that continued within. John found Bonnie sitting on a hay bale near the barn entrance, taking a rare moment of respite from her hostess duties. The day's exertions had left smudges of dirt on her blue dress, and wisps of hair had escaped her usual practical bun, but there was satisfaction in her tired expression as she watched the ongoing festivities. "Successful day by all accounts," he observed, settling beside her with her permission. Bonnie nodded, watching the dancers with tired satisfaction. "Worth every minute of planning and every drop of sweat. Look at them all. When was the last time you saw so many people from these parts genuinely happy at once?" "Been a while," John admitted, his eyes scanning the barn where neighbors who normally saw each other only for urgent matters, barn raisings, cattle roundups, or funerals, now shared food, drink, and stories with the ease of true community. "Though I'm not exactly invited to many social gatherings. Your reputation does tend to dampen the festive spirit," Bonnie agreed with a hint of her usual wry humor. "Though you behaved yourself admirably today, those rings, that was a decent thing you did." John shrugged uncomfortably, unused to acknowledgement of his rare sentimental gestures. "Abigail's idea. Said they were gathering dust in a drawer and might as well bring someone else some luck." "Is it?" "Bringing you luck, I mean, your marriage." The unexpected personal question caught John off guard. He considered deflecting but found himself answering honestly instead. "Most luck I've ever had in my life, though I've rarely deserved it. Abigail and Jack. They're better than what a man like me should hope for." Bonnie studied him thoughtfully. "You know, Marston, for a notorious former outlaw, you speak of your family with more genuine devotion than most so-called respectable men I've met." Before John could respond, a commotion near the main doors drew their attention. A wagon had arrived, and from it emerged a striking figure. Tall, impeccably dressed, with an air of authority that immediately set him apart from the gathered ranchers and farm folk. "Edgar Ross," John muttered, tension instantly hardening his features. "What's he doing here?" Bonnie frowned, recognizing the name from John's past references. "The government man? I sent an invitation out of courtesy. His office has been helpful with some of our water rights issues. Never expected him to actually attend." Ross surveyed the gathering with an inscrutable expression before making his way toward Drew McFarland, offering a formal handshake and what appeared to be congratulations, though his smile never quite reached his eyes. Everything about him, from his tailored suit to his precisely trimmed mustache, marked him as an outsider in this gathering of frontier people. "Think I'll make myself scarce," John said quietly, rising from the hay bale with the fluid motion of a man accustomed to quick exits. "Ross and I have a complicated history. Best not to complicate today's festivities." Bonnie nodded, understanding without requiring details. She had encountered enough government men to recognize the particular brand of danger they represented. More insidious than outlaws, with the full weight of distant authority behind their actions. "Use the back door by the tack room. Your horse is at the south hitching post." John offered a grateful nod before slipping away, moving through the shadows with the practiced ease of a man accustomed to discreet exits. Bonnie watched him go, noting how, even in a festive gathering, John Marston maintained the alertness of someone who knew his safety depended on constant vigilance. She rose to intercept Ross, determined to prevent any unpleasantness from intruding on Emma and Thomas's special day. Whatever business existed between Ross and Marston could wait for another time, in another place. The agent accepted a cup of coffee from Bonnie with formal courtesy, his assessment of his surroundings evident in his carefully neutral expression. "Quite the celebration, Miss McFarland. Your family's generosity to your workers is noteworthy." Something in his tone suggested he found such generosity puzzling rather than admirable. But Bonnie merely smiled, masking her instinctive dislike of the man with the practiced diplomacy she reserved for necessary business dealings. "We find that treating people well tends to be returned in kind, Mr. Ross. A concept that might benefit all sorts of relationships, even those between citizens and their government." If Ross recognized the subtle barb, he gave no indication. "Indeed. Well, I won't intrude on your festivities for long. I merely wished to pay my respects and deliver this in person." He produced an official-looking envelope from his jacket. "The deed to the North Water rights, approved and registered as we discussed." Bonnie accepted the document with genuine surprise. These rights had been in dispute for months, with neighboring ranches claiming access to the streams that fed McFarland's northern pastures. "That was unexpectedly efficient, Mr. Ross. I expected months of additional paperwork. The government can move quickly when properly motivated," Ross replied, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes, "and I find personal connections often facilitate administrative processes." He glanced around the barn, his gaze lingering on each face, as if mentally cataloguing those present. "I thought I might see Mr. Marston here. I understand he occasionally does business with your ranch." The deliberate casualness of the question didn't fool Bonnie for a moment. John's concerns about being seen by Ross suddenly seemed even more justified. "John Marston? Can't say I've seen him today," she lied smoothly, meeting Ross's gaze with practiced innocence. "But then, I've been rather occupied with wedding details." Ross's eyes narrowed slightly, but he merely nodded. "Of course. Well, please extend my congratulations to the happy couple. I must be on my way. Duty calls, even on pleasant evenings such as this." Bonnie watched him depart with thinly veiled relief. Something about Edgar Ross unsettled her deeply. The cold calculation behind his polite exterior, perhaps, or the sense that his presence always carried hidden purpose. Whatever his reason for attending the wedding, she doubted it had anything to do with water rights or social niceties. After Ross's departure, the celebration continued with renewed energy, as though a subtle tension had been removed from the atmosphere. The night grew deeper, stars appearing in brilliant profusion across the vast Texas sky as the last clouds dispersed. Someone had brought out a jug of particularly potent moonshine, and the dancing grew more enthusiastic, if less coordinated, as a result. Near midnight, the traditional sending off of the bride and groom began. Thomas and Emma, flushed with happiness and perhaps a bit too much celebration, prepared to make their way to their new home. The former foreman's cabin that had been secretly prepared for them at the edge of the ranch property. Drew McFarlane presented them with a lantern, a symbolic gift to light their way through both the physical darkness and the uncertainties of married life. "May you always find your way home to each other," he said. The simple words carrying unexpected weight, coming from a man typically so sparing with sentiment. Bonnie added a handmade quilt, practical but beautiful, that she and several other women had worked on in secret during winter evenings. The intricate pattern of interlocking rings symbolized unity, while the sturdy construction promised warmth through many frontier winters to come. "Something to keep you warm on cold nights," she said, handing it to Emma with a quick embrace. "Though I suspect you'll manage that well enough on your own." The comment brought laughter and a blush to Emma's cheeks, while Thomas cleared his throat and suddenly found the barn ceiling fascinating. Other gifts followed: cookware, tools, foodstuffs, each item chosen with careful consideration of what the young couple would need to establish their household. Even Reverend Swanson contributed a family Bible, encouraging them to record their history within its pages as generations before them had done. "The memories you inscribe here will be treasures for your children's children," he told them, his earlier nervousness now replaced with pastoral dignity. "A reminder that even in this wild country, we create legacies of love that outlast us." The gathering formed a lantern-lit procession to escort the newlyweds to their new home, singing and calling good-natured advice and predictions about married life. Children ran ahead, scattering wildflower petals along the muddy path, while older folks followed at a more dignified pace, many carrying additional small gifts or tokens of good fortune. Emma and Thomas walked hand in hand at the center of this moving constellation of light and goodwill, occasionally exchanging glances of mingled disbelief and joy at the community's outpouring of support. The night air carried the fresh scent of rain-washed earth, and somewhere in the distance, coyotes called to each other across the vastness of the frontier night. When they reached the cabin, they found it had been decorated with flowers and ribbons, transformed from a simple dwelling into a bower of welcome. A small fire had been lit in the hearth, and the bed was made up with fresh linens. On the table sat a basket of food for their breakfast, and a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. Bonnie suspected her father's private contribution. The couple paused on the threshold, suddenly shy in the face of this final transition from separate lives to shared existence. Then, Thomas, with unexpected gallantry, swept Emma into his arms to carry her across the threshold, causing cheers and applause from the assembled well-wishers. "Welcome home, Mrs. Cooper," he said as he set her gently on her feet inside their new home. "Home," Emma repeated, looking round with wonder at the simple space that was now theirs. "I like the sound of that." Final congratulations were offered, last pieces of advice shouted, some considerably less proper than others, until finally the door closed on the newlyweds and the wedding guests began the walk back to the main ranch complex, where many would spend the night, rather than attempting the journey home in darkness. Bonnie lingered behind, watching the cabin windows glow with warm light against the vast darkness of the prairie night. There was something profoundly satisfying in seeing new life take root at McFarland Ranch. Not just cattle and crops, but human connections, families beginning, the community growing stronger and more interconnected with each such milestone. When she finally turned to follow the others, she noticed a solitary figure on horseback silhouetted against the starlit horizon. John Marston, watching from a safe distance. He raised his hand in a gesture that might have been farewell or salute, before turning his mount and disappearing into the darkness. Bound for his own family, waiting at Beecher's Hope. Bonnie smiled to herself as she walked back toward the ranch house. For all his reputation and troubled past, John Marston understood the importance of family and home as well as anyone she'd met, perhaps better than most, having known the absence of both. The music and laughter continued late into the night, though at a gentler pace now that the guests of honor had departed. Older folks claimed the house's spare rooms and couches, while younger ranch hands and visitors made do with haylofts and bedrolls spread across the now cleared barn floor. In her own room later, Bonnie sat at her writing desk, recording the day's events in the ranch ledger where she kept not just financial records but the history of McFarlane Ranch. Births, deaths, cattle counts, weather patterns, and now a wedding. Future generations would know that on this spring day in the year 1911, Thomas Cooper had married Emma Wilson at McFarlane Ranch, with the whole community bearing witness. She paused, pen hovering over the page before adding one final note: a perfect day despite imperfect circumstances. Perhaps that's the best definition of happiness we can hope for in this uncertain world. Outside her window, a whippoorwill called into the quiet night. From the distant cabin, a lamp still glowed, two shadows occasionally passing across the window. Two lives now joined, facing whatever future the frontier might bring, together. Morning would come soon enough, bringing with it the return to cattle and horses, fences and fields, the endless work of ranch life. But for this one night, McFarlane Ranch had transformed into something else, a place of celebration and hope, a reminder that even in the hardest places, human connections could flourish, bringing light to the darkness of an untamed land. In the newlyweds' cabin, Emma stood by the small window, looking out at the star-filled sky. Thomas moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. "Having regrets?" he asked softly, a hint of vulnerability in the question. Emma turned in his embrace to face him. "Not a single one," she said firmly. "This is where I belong, with you in this place, building something that's ours." Thomas kissed her then, all his earlier nervousness replaced with the certainty of belonging. They had found each other, against the odds, carved out a place for themselves in this unforgiving country, and now stood on the threshold of a shared future. Not an easy one, certainly, but one faced together. As they moved toward their marriage bed, the last lantern casting long shadows across the cabin walls, the day's celebration faded into the quiet intimacy of two people who had pledged their lives to each other. Outside, the night creatures continued their ancient songs. The stars wheeled overhead, and the frontier continued its slow transformation from wilderness to civilization. One homestead, one marriage, one community gathering at a time. Back at the main house, Bonnie extinguished her lamp and moved to the window, taking a final look at her ranch before retiring. The barn still glowed with lantern light, occasional bursts of laughter drifting across the yard. The bunkhouse lights were mostly out, hard-working men already asleep despite the celebration continuing elsewhere. The corrals held silent shadows of horses at rest, and beyond them stretched the vast rangeland that had been McFarlane territory for 2 generations now. Tomorrow would bring challenges, as every day did in this life, but tonight had reminded everyone of why those challenges were worth facing. For the moments of connection, the shared joys and sorrows, the knowledge that no one survived the frontier alone. A simple country wedding had transformed into something greater, a reaffirmation of what bound them all together in this harsh but beautiful land. Not just Emma and Thomas, joined now in matrimony, but all of them, ranchers and cowhands, merchants and travelers, even reformed outlaws and preachers, connected by the invisible threads of community that made survival possible and life worth living. With that comforting thought, Bonnie finally sought her bed, falling asleep to the distant sounds of celebration and the closer song of the whippoorwill, herald of good fortune on this night of new beginnings. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds. all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.